We live.
We live.
We
Hello,
live.
chat, my beloveds. Is anyone from yesterday in chat? Because yesterday's chat was hip happening, dude. Everyone was hilarious.
Yeah, I
like I
see.
have
Sem has
I
returned.
know at least. I
Stormfist.
know Kevin's here.
Yeah, quite a
Sem,
few familiar
Stormfist,
faces.
Stefan.
Welcome, welcome.
cool. You guys were the best. I watched some other live streams yesterday, and I gotta say, we definitely had the best chat. Like the other chats were fine, but our chat was the freaking funniest, dude. Like. So, chat, give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are definitely the best audience. I feel so grateful for you guys. Thank you for joining us and being an audience with us to this because you guys are MVP. I peeked at other chats and like everyone's fine. They're talking about the material, but you guys were freaking hilarious yesterday. And I appreciate every single one of you.
All right.
So quiet. So quiet.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I am looking for that post that you had in the server with the episode lengths so that I could there it is. Okay. So I can give an accurate return time.
Yeah.
I gotta get to my computer real quick here so I can watch.
I think the thing is also I just realized because we've been getting so much future content so far in the show between already face revealing Ozai and seeing like Azula's trio and all that. So like basically it's like at this point we have gotten every major character from the show except for Toph at this point.
It is a bit strange to me. Like, I understand showing Ozai's face. I really do. You cast Daniel Day Kim, you're going to want to show him. That's the nature of screen adaptations. I do understand. What I don't understand is them forcing in plots like the Cave of Two Lovers when we're already dealing with there being too many plots and we have to mash them together and there's limited runtime. Like, why would you add more? Like, it's already full.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Let's see. I hear that episode 6 is widely considered the very best episode of the entire series. So, I'm here for a really good Avatar live action. My prediction is that this is going to be the Blue Spirit episode because we haven't seen the Blue Spirit yet.
It's called Masks. I am seeing the Blue Spirit in the thumbnail of the Netflix thumbnail. So.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to my computer mic now. I will be right back. Don't miss me too much, you guys.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting theory. Someone Sim says that rushing through the book 2 stuff in book 1 so that they have time for later seasons. That's an interesting idea. Rushing through things now so we don't have to rush later, but still rushing now. So
all right, I'm back.
All right. Yeah. We ready to go?
All right, let me hold on. I got to get my stream up and I got to get the comments up so that I can see all of our lovely commenters. I genuinely think we had one of the best chats yesterday.
Yeah.
I know I'm being annoying about it, but I really do love our chat. Like our group is so good, guys. You guys are amazing. I love all of them. They were so funny. Also, everybody who's returning, last time we had a running joke about Zuko hating gossip and that Iroh was traveling around the world trying to find someone to gossip with, and then Ozai yelled at him for gossiping. So apparently Ozai and Zuko are very anti-gossip, but Azula and Iroh disagree. So guys, let's get ready to watch Zuko's arc where he learns that gossip is good, actually.
Okay, Iris is returned.
Iris, welcome back!
I think Gal was also...
No, I'm not sure if she's actually joining us. She was just making sure we got you is all.
Yeah, just like she also responded to your thingy.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's going to make it, but I would love it if she did. But if she doesn't, I'm missing Top. It's very on brand. If she doesn't.
Also, just to quickly mention, for any new people who weren't here yesterday but are here today, hello to you as well.
Yeah. Welcome. We are accepting super chats. If anyone wants to donate a super chat, our voice actors that are here will voice anything you want them to say in character. So
It's true. We have to. That
Yeah.
is the law. We had Ozai here yesterday. Today, right now, it's Zuko and Azula. Also, I wanted to introduce one more thing, chat. We want to come up with a tagline for this series. Whoever comes up with the best tagline, we will shout it out in the shorts, either Zuko or Azula or both. It is your choice if you win. So by the end of this, save up your ideas. Don't post them in chat yet, but at the end we'll ask and you guys can post your favorite taglines. And the winner, I will totally shout it out in shorts. So what do you
Yeah.
think?
Should be fun. I like
We'll
that.
see.
Should be fun.
Hmm.
Cool.
All
All
right.
right, well, I'm ready. How are you guys
All right.
feeling?
Yeah,
I'm
let's do
feeling
this.
like it is going to be an enjoyable time regardless.
It is always going to be a good time because no matter what happens when you're watching it with friends.
I have missed several episodes, but I've seen the original, so I'm probably good.
You badger moles can smell love, and that Sokka now has a relationship with Suki that is far beyond what it was in the original. So I'm really concerned about how he's going to 2-timer with Yue, and he went through the Cave of Two Lovers with his sister. So Sokka's Gaston is what I'm getting.
Oh,
from
wait,
this.
hang on. Sorry. One prediction. This may be totally invalidated because if you guys have seen something in the trailers, I haven't seen hardly any trailers for this, so for all I know, this could be wrong. But what if they get to the Northern Water Tribe, all right, and Yue has already turned into the moon? Like they don't even have time for that.
She's already the moon. They don't even meet her. Why they can't stand for Mid Thunder? What a waste!
Wait.
Yeah. So
Sokka's
that's how they solve the problem. He doesn't 2-time on Yue because she's always the moon, I guess.
Oh, Amy has a good
Yeah.
point. Sokka also flirted with a fox spirit, so he's also a furry. So
Yeah. You said
Yes,
Sokka
yes.
as Gaston, right?
yes.
Right? Then can I just... I've Excel sheets for all of my navigating.
Gosh damn it!
more like Gastaka, am I
There we
right?
go.
Oh, in chat, Cow, our voice of Toph says, when Sokka was a lad, he ate 400 eggs every morning to help him get large. Yeah, and now that he's older, he eats 5 dozen eggs, and he's roughly really bad at steering a barge. So,
Yeah.
okay, let's go. Let's do it.
All
Let's
right,
go.
here we go. Oh, I
So
forgot
now,
to change
now Zuko,
that. No,
like,
discussing.
like that was straight up like a bat speech right there. I'm just picturing like instead of Zuko and Iroh, like it's Alfred who's saying that. It's like the mask is who you really are, Master Wayne.
Yeah.
Mm. So I see. I think we were talking about before. I see why people think that this one is the best one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it had the most chow.
And the most that's so interesting. That's so interesting how they've changed it. Because originally everyone's like, "Oh, Zhao, we hate Zhao," and this way, like he's still self-centered, but now he's self-centered in an entertaining way.
Yeah, yeah. He's also we also got shirtless Ozai.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, I feel like anything that was quote unquote wrong with this episode was been wrong with the whole series. Like the episode and it individually didn't do anything like too different. And it's like I remember like with episode 2, it's like we liked it, but then there was like things that was sort of took away from it. Where it's like I feel like some things were like a bit weaker in this episode, but like there was still like a lot of like really good moments as well.
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like
In particular, the standout moment for me was Zuko and Aang's conversation, and I noticed in the music the shift in mood
Mhm.
when Zuko turned and railed against Aang's compassion and stuff.
Mhm.
I really liked Aang's side of that conversation, but I feel like they should just let Zuko just sort of scowl and be sort of spitefully quiet more. Because he did a lot of that in his early, in Aang's early attempt to reach out to him in like the original show. And I feel like that was pretty powerful and that I missed that here.
Mhm.
But like I did like that the conversation happened and I feel like, like Aang's contributions to it were really strong. Just didn't like Zuko's as much.
Mm. Yeah, again and again, like if Zuko was more blatantly evil in this one. If he had more edge to him, it would hit a lot harder. Yeah.
Hmm.
All right.
Hello?
Oh, we have more friends. It seems.
All right, I just wrapped that episode up myself just now.
Okay.
Speak of the Fire Lord.
You flatter me. I'm not Fire Lord yet in this timeline.
Because the Time Lord.
Yeah.
Why can June cross the ocean?
Remind me, where did they start?
So they were in that village that I guess was a Fire Nation colony on the Earth Kingdom continent, and then Aang went to Avatar Roku's,
Crescent Island. Yes.
yeah, his shrine, which presumably is the same temple in Fire Nation proper, which is on an island, which means, yeah, June would have had to cross an ocean.
Oh, that's
And back. She literally, because in the next scene she's back on Earth Kingdom mainland.
I
So
mean,
she crossed the fucking ocean
mhm.
Mhm.
I mean, she is
because Roku's island is not big.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, she is a bounty hunter. I wouldn't be surprised if she has some sort of connection to travel beyond the Earth Kingdom.
Yeah. And maybe in this world, it's not an island.
Yeah.
It is. You see the establishing shot that it's an island.
Oh, wait, no, yeah. Okay. Oh, hi.
Did Lucia say something?
I think she's trying to say something, but
yeah,
might be having mic issues.
I am not having mic issues. I'm having brain issues.
Oh.
Oh.
I am just. How do I even put into words?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
This is the best episode we've seen yet. And the depressing reality is that it's not good.
Ooh.
And
Yeah.
I'm kind of devastated.
Oh.
It had quiet moments to let the characters act and breathe, which is what we've been needing this entire time. But this series seems devoted to snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I cannot comprehend why they would do this and undermine one of the greatest redemption arcs in all of fiction. This is such a betrayal. I am hurting.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
You sounds like you took a lot of psychic damage from.
Yeah, okay. All right. So all right. To anyone, I know I'm known for my voice acting because I do a lot of voice matches for a lot of voice actors, including Great Delisle. So I know a lot of people know me for my voice acting, but I am primarily a writer. That is how I started. It's what I've been doing most of my life. I love writing. And so I love that we've come in with a mix of different people who have expertise in different parts of production, like James with music, Curtis with editing, Cade and Iris and Rioma with acting. But I am a writer. And so everyone here is pretty skilled in multiple disciplines. For me, writing is always going to be the main thing, right? More than anything. And as much as I can praise the music and the effects, I have some things to say, and I don't know if you guys want to hear them because it's a lot.
Just say them.
I was gonna. Well, let's start at the top. Let's start at the very
Okay.
top. Like the.
All right.
Well,
I'll start here.
Because I feel like sorry, just real quick before you. I feel like we definitely feel the difference, even if we don't 100% know what it is.
I'm not saying you guys don't know it. I'm saying whether it matters as much to you, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you guys are all very smart and you're all very good at what you do. So I'm sure you guys see the problems. But more that we kind of all tend to prioritize the thing that we do, right? And so for me, the writing is always the thing that's going to affect me most.
Okay.
And God, okay, where do I start?
The big one. Start with the big one, the biggest one, the biggest gripe. Just start at the top. Get
I
the
feel like
biggest
I have
one
to
out.
build to the biggest one. So
all right then. Okay.
So, all right, let me try to even get my thoughts in order. So we have this quiet moment with June, and we get to learn about her attitude. And this is fascinating because an element of the original that's really missing here is that despite the original being a children's show written for a Y7 audience, it did a really good job of bringing up a lot of moral ambiguity and difficult questions and not answering them for us. Like the jet situation. It's not an easy answer. Like, Jed is a victim of this war. They made this child into this, and all he wants is for his people to be liberated of the oppressors. And having seen what they've done to Katara and to Aang and their people, Jet's desire is completely reasonable. But when we see him beating up on an innocent man simply because he is of Fire Nation ethnicity, and Sokka's forced to challenge his own xenophobia and ask himself if that's the right thing to do and stand to protect somebody that before he would have hated and killed on sight. This is a fascinating way to bring up a complex moral question about the nature of war and oppression and colonization and people's rights to sovereignty. These are all questions we cannot answer with 100% certainty that we're right. We can form our own opinions, but even today, world leaders are fighting about this. The legacy of colonization and war is not something we've been able to unpack in all of human history. We're still dealing with it. And something I loved about Avatar is that it didn't say, this is the right answer. It said, look at what this does to people. What do we do? What do you think we should do? It gets you to think about it. And the reason this is so important too is that in a world where we have our thinking so controlled by social media, by news, by other people, by bots even online, everything is curated for us. It is so crucial to have a show that makes you stop and go, wait, challenge the narrative and think for yourself. There might be more sides to a complicated conflict. Not everything is easy and black and white. And that is so valuable. And I look, I'm mixed race myself. I have a my family has histories of this shit too, and I'm sure a lot of people in the audience do. And God, the pain to see what is supposed to be the adult version. Let me remind you, they early on established the tone with having Sozin burn a soldier alive right before our eyes. This is not the kids version. This is the adult version. We're going to elevate it. And then they give us this, the best written episode with actual character exploration, finally. And what do they do with this incredible potential? They remove of the moral ambiguity, all of the tough questions to present you with a juvenile black and white conflict. And on top of it, because that's not enough, they then have Iroh basically spoon feed you the lesson. So where's the thinking? Where's the challenge? Where's the very thing that made this show so remarkable that it is the only Nickelodeon show that dethroned SpongeBob for best Nickelodeon show one year? Like, where is it? I feel so defeated because this is objectively the best episode. Oh my God, there are moments in this that I was cheering, I was excited, and then okay, what am I talking about as far as this? So, for example, in the original, Zuko is not punished for empathy. Zuko is not punished for caring about the others. This is why Zuko objected, although he did have an element of selfishness in that he says he wanted to show off and prove to his dad. But even so, he clearly cared. Zuko is punished for speaking out of turn. And this is important.
Yeah.
The reason it's important is that this isn't a black and white. Zuko said, don't kill people. And Ozai said, well, yeah, we want to kill people. We're bad. It is the culture of the Fire Nation, the hierarchy of the Fire Nation, the might makes right philosophy, which informs everything they do. It feels disrespected, emasculated that a child spoke out of turn to challenge the judgment of a general. And I just want to go and point out that it is a very Western value for children to universally like yell at their elders and tell them they know better. And I think the original Avatar did a great balance of the children challenging the traditions and the hierarchies of their elders while also having wise elders that guided the children along the way. This one hasn't done that. Aang yells, is yelling at Boomy that he's wrong, and Boomy is objectively wrong, and the power of friendship fixes it. Iroh is here objecting weakly to Ozai and doing nothing. Zuko, oh my God. Okay, in the original Agni Kai, Zuko is 13, and he is trying to do what his culture has taught him. Deference to his father, deference to the Fire Lord. And he refuses to fight out of respect. And the fact that Ozai calls him weak and disrespectful and punishes him for it shows how unfair it is. There was no right answer. If Zuko had fought, he probably would have still been called an upstart and disrespectful. That's the point. There is no winning move. But here Ozai really did want Zuko to fight, and Zuko's hesitation is the problem. There is no complicated moral quandary here. It's literally just don't fight. It's bad. And like it's driving me insane. Like we are not learning anything about Fire Nation culture and propaganda and hierarchies and growing up in this and what it does to you. And if we don't learn that, how do we learn to question about our own society and our beliefs and our values we've been taught are right?
You know what? Might be
How do
here.
we re-examine
good.
those?
Mm-hmm.
And oh my god, the conversation between Aang and Zuko, where Aang is telling Zuko, you know it's wrong and you have compassion. First of all, Aang, how do you know this? Second, you guys are basically strangers. You've barely interacted unlike in the show. But that conversation in isolation is so good and so impactful, but only when you recognize we only feel that because we know the show.
Mm.
As it is in this series, Zuko's not a villain. What is there for him to challenge? This boy won't even let his guards gossip about Zhao. He doesn't have the rage anger. He doesn't have the unflinching loyalty or concerns with honor. He's just kind of chasing the Avatar because dad said so and that'll help. And it just makes him so pathetic. He has none of the drive. And so him challenging his ideas is not going to be difficult. How is he going to have that cognitive dissonance and that hurt inside of him, realizing how much pain he's inflicted on others while thinking he was doing the right thing, if he hasn't inflicted that pain?
Yeah.
Zuko's been little more than a nuisance. So when the time comes for him to challenge his beliefs, none of that difficulty is going to be there. It's going to be so easy to go, yeah, he's the jerk that burned me, as opposed to in the original where he burned down villages and scared civilians and told his crew their lives don't matter and they can die. And then had to reflect and say, I was wrong. I did all of those things for an evil cause. It's not going to be there now. And this is just driving me completely insane because it didn't have to be this way.
Yeah.
Dallas Liu clearly is a very skilled actor and martial artist. He feels like he is dying, brimming to unleash and beat Zuko, and they just won't let him. And oh my god, let my boy do some martial arts. I'm convinced the Agni Kai only had Zuko fight back so that they could actually have Dallas Liu do some martial arts because they haven't let my boy do anything, and they cast a fucking really talented martial artist here. And Aang's loss completely diminished because Gyatso keeps popping back up. And we're supposed to be sad that Gyatso disappeared for like the third time, dude. Like, the more you do it, the less it's impactful. He leaves his friends in a weird forest. The Heibai plot is just kind of like, don't worry, he put an acorn somewhere. We don't have to worry about it. It's all such a convoluted mess. And what is it all in service to? Just to retroactively whitewash and smooth out all the characters. Whitewash in the moral sense, not in the race sense. Whitewash and morally smooth out the characters to give us a way more black and white and juvenile version of the story. You know the original Avatar's banned in China?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It'll
'cause I
never
did
be
read
shown
that.
there. Because imagine a Nickelodeon show from the 2000s was braver than this show. It was willing to make political commentary that got them banned by world governments. This show has nothing to say. And this is the best episode according to everyone online. And
Ooh.
having seen it, I agree. It actually had character development. It actually had, moments for things to impact and breathe. And then the insult for Iroh to literally explain the theme to us about masks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, this show came out and 7-year-olds understood. Why do we need Iroh to explain it to a show that's supposed to be for adults? I saw a review that said, who is this for? And I saw a lot of fans making fun of it, being like, do your research. But honestly, it's a rhetorical question. Research isn't going to solve it because they're right. Who is this for? Because they talk a big game about it being more violent and adult and gritty. And yet the places that are actually challenging
have been dumbed down, and I have to wonder why. Is our media that afraid to ask questions that a Y7 Nickelodeon show from the 2000s posed to children? Are we that afraid of making adults think? Like, I just
May
Well,
I interject real quick?
I believe you could something like The Last of Us HBO, they changed a lot and it worked in chat. I agree. I think if HBO had done this, it would have been better. Go ahead, Curtis.
I
I'm
was about to
sorry.
say, when Zuko was, I couldn't quite figure this. I wasn't quite 100% because when Zuko was rescuing Aang from the forest, I was just like, wait, so is he killing them here? Because like some of the things like looked a lot more weirdly enough. Like in some ways, it's like some of the things looked more violent, but like not in like an offhanded sense. And then you had the whole thing. It's like, well, if Zuko hasn't killed anyone yet, so it would be weird for him just to kill his own people after everything. So like, I couldn't quite tell because like if this was this quote unquote the more adult, I said like, oh, the adult show in me says like, oh yeah, these people are dead, but that conflicts with his character, at least both his normal character and the one they're trying to build up in the show. So
I have a question for you guys. Chat and everyone here. How do you feel about this added plot twist that the 41st Division that Zuko spoke out in defense of is the crew that's on the ship?
Terrible.
Apparently, this is getting praise online, and I am completely baffled.
I
How
like
do
it
you
in a
guys-
vacuum. In a vacuum, I
think-
like it.
I
So
think
when I
like the nobodiness of the crew, like their very bare characterization until you get to like that part where they start sailing and you get like a few bits like Iroh playing, you know, musical instruments with them and all that. It's
yeah
like
yeah
a very clever way to show like, hey, we have been sort of treating them as side characters, and that ties into how Zuko treats them as like side characters in his search for the Avatar. And then in that episode, you get these little moments that show that hey, the crew like they like music, they get along with Iroh because he treats them like people, and we're actually going to show you one or two of those scenes here. And like, I feel like that works really well because it shows that they were like they're just given a voice for a brief moment, and that is enough to humanize them. I feel like tying them into this other plot thread is a much less efficient way to do that in a show that already has problems with time. And also just like it gets the point across just less elegantly.
I think my problem for it is that in the original, these are men that have, for whatever reason, fallen out of favor in the Fire Nation, showing us again, it's really easy to fall out of favor if you don't toe the line, right? And they're here because they're loyal to Iroh, who is himself fallen out of favor for the whole thing that happened at Ba Sing Se. So this is a crew of failures, right? And to me, when I think about the storm, Zuko flat out tells them their lives don't matter. They're going to go rush into danger no matter how stupid. He doesn't care. Iroh does not present Zuko's back. Hey, doggy. It's okay. I know. Iroh does not present Zuko's backstory as Zuko's a good guy and you all have to be nice to him. Iroh presents it to inform the crew and by extension the audience about why Zuko is the way he is. The crew and by the extension the audience are left to decide for themselves how that makes them feel about Zuko. It is way more ambiguous. It is way more morally gray. It is way more complicated. Is a kid who has been abused and beaten down and who was punished for speaking in the defense of his men understandable? Sympathizable for what he's done for the way he's acting now? Okay, but is he excusable? These are questions you can debate about all day, right? But here, there is no ambiguity. There is no room for you to think about it. No, he saved your lives. You all owe him your lives. And he didn't risk them earlier in the show either. So you don't even have that sort of like, well, does it balance out? He literally flat out just saved you. Where are the questions? Where is the exploration of what happens to children born in such a fascist state and used as soldiers? It's not there. Zuko's just a good guy. And like, yeah, Dornfizz, my nephew's a complicated person. Yeah, that's not here. He's not complicated anymore. He's just a good guy, dude. He's just a misguided good guy. And I gotta say, I noticed with Azula's whole blue flame flickering when she gets mad and she's beating up on that guy, which is the opposite of how she was in the show. They have given her Zuko's flaws, Zuko's anger and his violence and his willingness to try to use it to get his way because of his frustrations. That's gone from him. And they've given it to Azula, which completely undermines both of their characters. And I'm really struggling with that, guys. I'm sorry. If you guys love it and you think I'm just being difficult, that's totally fine. But God, does my heart hurt.
I definitely do like, again, because you can see the the thing that I'm more so analyzing on, like, as much as we can definitely say, oh, what we had before was better. Also, the thing I'm judge it more on is, in a lot of different ways, how it doesn't make sense just as a standalone uh thing. That's more so the lens that I've been looking through. But yeah, like the way that they did change the stuff with Zuko and how they handled the stuff with the Fire Family and Iroh, just oof, just big oofs all around.
I also noticed I really like scheming underhanded Zhao a lot. I think it's
Yeah.
actually something interesting that they
absolutely.
did. But I can't help but feel that the reason they've done this isn't because they had an interesting arc with Zhao, but because they overcrowded the villain field with Ozai, Azula, Zuko, and Zhao. And so they felt the need to make Zhao more Weasley and less strong because there's just too many strong villains. And that's a shame because I think Weasley Zhao works so well.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the most interesting additions.
It's funny because I feel like universally, like, everyone's like, no one really liked Zhao too much in the original one, outside of like, oh yeah, he does a good job at villain, but like, yeah, what we like, whereas this Zhao, he has a lot of the same character traits, but he's much more entertaining to watch with those character traits.
Yeah, I feel
I
like original Zhao was a very functional character. Like his
Yeah.
presence in the show did a lot for a lot of other characters,
yeah,
but
yeah.
it
That's a
like
good
sort
way to
of
put it.
like he himself didn't really do much in a vacuum. So I like that they're taking this kind of like that or at the very least the actor is like taking this kind
Yeah.
of nothing
And
of a
he's a very
character and it's
skilled
like,
actor, yeah.
you know what, he should be just a smug git and have a lot of that energy. You know, like,
Dude, when
yeah.
he shrugged and put his arms out as Zuko was leaving, I half expected him to go, "Water tribe," and I was freaking laughing. He was great. He was so good.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
I am
Well,
all kinds of
honestly, I feel well. So I feel like this is so. I'm not sure if you guys, you of course remember, like, the Super Bowl happened a couple weeks ago, and
yeah.
like I was with a group of people. Like, whenever, like, we weren't. Some people, like, were of course on the two teams that were in the Super Bowl, and then some of us were just like, "What does Taylor Swift think?" And then whenever Taylor Swift popped on, we went, "Yeah!" And then I feel like what this rest of the show is going to be is like, "Yeah, this is cool," but what does Zhao think? Zhao pops on, and we all go, "Yay!" This is what it's gonna be, I
Live
guess, the
Zhao
next
reaction.
For
episode.
real, Zhao is what's keeping us together. I
We're
don't
all
know,
gonna
man.
rejoice
Like,
whenever Xiao pops up.
I was ready for rewrites. I was ready for changes. That's okay.
Mhm.
The art of adaptation is one that necessitates it. But
Yes.
I was really hoping that they were going to elevate it and make it more adult and have more difficult conversations,
Yeah.
not more childish conversations than a cartoon
Yeah.
show.
I
I
don't
really wish HBO had gotten this property instead of Netflix. I really
I one last thing I do want to mention. It's probably been tossed around other places, but I might as well say it here. I do think it's so interesting, especially with how rushed the show feels and its pacing. When you do the math, it has a very similar runtime to the original show's first season. So like like the rushing isn't necessarily because they have to trim things down so much, but it's also like how they're presenting things as well.
I I have another thought, and that is that everywhere online people are saying this is the best episode. And I'm worried because we have 2 more episodes that are meant to be the big bombastic finale. And if your finale does not hit, that's a pretty bad thing. And I'm pretty worried that everyone's saying when they rank the episodes, they rank the 2 final episodes around middle of the pack, and that does not inspire too much confidence in me.
Okay, so
And any writer knows
okay.
this. The beginning and the end is what sticks with the audience the most, right? This is why so many people forget Zuko was a villain because he was such a good guy by the end. if this finale doesn't land, I don't know what it's gonna leave people with.
When everybody's done, if I could have some words of my own.
Go ahead,
Go
Fire
ahead.
Lord.
Yeah,
Yuzuko,
alright.
tell us how you feel.
All right, give me just a second.
I was about to say. Quick question from Chad. So it said, how do we feel about Aang's character? I feel like we're all agree. Aang's pretty much been the best part, the least changed. I feel, other than his new arc.
Besides that, they just took the fun out of him. It's like that.
They have some
Yeah.
moments, but not very many.
Yeah, he is still, relatively speaking, like the brightest, happiest, most carefree character in the show, but he's still missing a lot of his old whimsy.
They just say it. They never do it. And
It's a shame because the actors are great. The actors are trying to imbue these characters with all of those traits, especially for child actors, but the script just keeps working against them.
and in fact, there's a lot of saying and not doing in this episode.
Scriptwriting 101, show don't tell.
Yes.
I can't help but wonder if this was just we need to make Zuko marketable and not complicated. And so he can't be too bad or evil. I don't know, man. Why don't they hire the head writer anymore? Why didn't they bring Aaron Ehaz in? Was he busy?
Oh well.
Like, just bring him in, guys.
Right.
Or you know what, Paul Dini? What's he doing? He did Batman the animated series. Is he expensive? Like, just hire Paul Dini.
Why don't they?
Oh dear.
Guys, I'm free. Netflix. If you need.
Kate, you were gonna say your thing?
Yes, I'm almost ready. I'm just getting myself in a position because once I start, I'm not going to be able to stop. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Any
That's
more
why
small...
I wanted everybody to get their opinions out first.
Okay, then. All right. Just so James, you want some last minute opinions?
Yeah. I'm not happy about how they're handling Zuko as well. He's not gonna have a redemption because he's not gonna need a redemption. But I will say there was that one spot, I mentioned it before. You know, I still love what they're doing with the soundtrack. Like, I caught the shift in mood between Aang and Zuko's conversation in the soundtrack. Like, as soon as the tone shifted between the two of them, that was reflected in the music. So, A+ job on the soundtrack.
Oh yeah, no, that's. Oh right. As I believe that I don't know if I can say resident here because I don't know everyone's orientations, but like I do feel as a goth lesbian that this needs to be said. I had a yay June. Oh no, June. Like.
Oh yeah, that spot.
No,
that
Artichoke
was
Not just
is
winking
so
at Iroh,
good.
also just like her, like
Yeah,
her
why'd she
one
flirt with
moment
him?
being, "Hey, let me exposit my character motivations to you."
Why did they make her flirt with him? It was like someone sat there and went, "Oh no, we can't let Iroh have a single flaw, you guys. A spoiled playboy prince who used to have it all, having a little bit of a moment where he crosses the line with a girl because he's a flirt. Nope, can't have that. She flirts with him now, guys. Like, it's just so weak, man. It's supposed to be for adults.
But
let us
this
have
was not an
complicated.
improvement.
Do you remember in Game of Thrones? I'm sorry to bring up Game of Thrones, but since they invoked it, Tyrion. Everybody roots for Tyrion. We love him. That guy used prostitutes. That guy was a jerk sometimes. Like, he did some morally gray shit all the time, and we still rooted for him. And here we have Iroh, and we can't even let him, like, you know, flirt with a girl that doesn't like him back anymore. No, she has to like him now. Everything has to be sanitized. Like, this was for adults. Why is it less complex than the kids' show? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'll shut up. Kate, please go ahead and share how you feel.
Yeah.
I was hoping that this ass in front of me would move, but anyway, here I go. So I guess I'll start with the whole 41st crew thing. And hold on. Give me one last.
Oh. Someone said Tyrion shows his girlfriend to death and still has fans.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, the characters there do some really bad things, but they are presented as complicated, so you can still root for them, even when they do bad things. Like, that's the point. People are complicated, and sometimes the people we root for are bad people, and sometimes the people we feel negative against are good people. Like, that's the point, and it's not here. It's not. Why is it not here? Kate, please, before I have an aneurysm, give us your thoughts.
Okay, I finally got out of that terrible thing. Okay, 41st Division. So, at least for me, watching the show as I did, the people on Zuko's ship, at least from my perspective, didn't matter, which I know sounds like the most Zuko thing to say, but it's like they were just people on a boat that kind of needed to exist because otherwise, how was Zuko going to run a ship? How is he going to, be bossy and order people around? But I think there's a very good reason that by the end of book 1, Zhao literally shows up, takes that entire crew away, and we never see a single one of them ever again for the rest of the show. They are gone. They are forgotten about. And so it's like they existed out of necessity and for a little bit of flavor here and there. And then you read the Shyamalan prequel manga, which has actual show elements in there for intrigue. And there you learn, oh, those people are old war buddies of Iroh, and so their loyalties to him, not to Zuko at all, which makes a lot of sense in a couple episodes. So it's like, okay, there's some cool, interesting thing from them. But here, I could see somebody's perspective was probably like mine. It's like, hey, Zuko's crew just kind of disappears. Let's give him a little bit more importance,
Yeah.
I could see that being somebody's writing, somebody's thought process. But to do it like this, it's like, hey, those random soldiers Zuko spoke out for? Let's make them G and his men. And it's like, so you're saying that Zuko has every right to be bossy and mean to them because he saved their lives and now they have a debt to him? I don't think somebody thought that all the way through. And okay. Dallas Liu and his martial arts. I don't know if Dallas Liu is the one in that blue spirit costume. I would like to think he is, but knowing how people like their fucking stuntmen whenever their actors' faces are being shown, I don't fucking know. I can't be sure. And yeah, I was watching the Agni Kai and I was like, this feels like somebody really, really wanted to use Dallas Liu's martial arts. And so they were like, fuck it, let him fight Ozai for a little bit. And it sucks that was probably the second best choreographed, well, probably the best choreographed fight in the show so far, just the second best fight overall. The only one I think is better being the one at the very start of episode 1. But this one didn't have nearly as many fucking jump cuts.
Yeah. Well, sorry. Just to go back to what you were mentioning before. I'm just now picturing where it's like, oh yeah, he saved your lives from the thing, and just now being like, wait a minute, yeah, he saved our lives. It's very easy to say, I don't want these people to die. It's a totally different thing for us to have to deal with his antics for the past 3 years. Sorry, I thought of that more after you said that.
No, it's okay, because it's like I feel like that's something that didn't cross their minds when they made that, in their minds, very easy writing connection. Okay. I know I keep saying it, but it's like, I remember Lucia's criticism in episode 1, where, and after rewatching episode 1 yesterday, when Zuko takes Aang from the South Pole, this is how it's edited in the final cut. Zuko and Aang walk off screen. It cuts to Katara and Sokka's POV, and the ship is already left the snow. Like, it's already out in the water. Like, it literally just pops, and the ship is just away from them. Because, as Lucia said, I'm pretty sure that ship doesn't have any real sets aside from the deck. So they can't show them getting on and off because it just doesn't work. And so here, we see June finds a scrap of Aang's, tattered clothing, which has to be from the Heibai forest. That's the only place he could have lost that. And so we know, okay, she's at the Heibai forest. We know Aang's at on Crescent Island. And an unknown amount of time passes, but if we want to use the Kyoshi episode as a reference, clearly Vision time when Aang's talking to a past avatar runs at the same level of time as the rest of the world, so at best a couple minutes pass. In that time, not only is June able to cover the same distance as Aang at what has to be a faster level of speed than what he could do by flying, because it took him a lot longer to fly there than it took June to get there. And then she immediately, next scene, pops away from the island and is suddenly in the vicinity of Zuko and Iroh, who we know are nowhere near the Fire Nation because they were on the goddamn boat. And somehow Zuko and Iroh get off the boat, away from the crew, away from Zhao. And then
And
Zhao
somehow she
somehow
meets back
tracks
up with
them.
them.
And Zhao somehow tracks them on through all of this. I don't know where any of these characters are at any time. They are just popping all over the place.
I just want to point out they added the Mother of Faces in here, Ko's mother.
They did.
This upsets me because if anyone's read the comics, you know that's from The Search. So Yang, who wrote The Search, which by the way is the only comic that got heavily criticized by disability rights activists because of how ableist it was, but he originally wanted to make the villain Ko because he loves Ko. But Bryke told him no. Now, if you know Yang's history as a writer, you know that he used to work for DC Comics. And if anyone here is a fan of comics, you know what comics writers do when they get told they can't use a character. They just kind of make a palette swap and call them something similar, and they go, psych, this is a different character, right? The Mother of Faces
Right.
was basically Yang doing that. He made the Mother of Faces Ko's mom because he wasn't allowed to use Ko. She's a completely contrived character and very controversial in the fandom for this reason, because she was never a character that any writer sat down and thought up and had really good ideas for. It was literally just a way for Yang to do the Ko plot he wanted to do without being able to use Ko and work him in a way. And my frustration that rather than taking this opportunity to make a better story, they threw in this Easter egg from a highly controversial comic, a character that only exists because a writer wasn't allowed to use the character he wanted. And it doesn't even matter. Like, we didn't need this. In the original, Aang defeats Ko just through his own courage and wits and conviction. Here, and self-control. But you know, he's a monk. The whole idea of this 12-year-old having to show that self-control. But no, here he just has to go to the place and get the statue and place it there. And none of it matters. Who's the Mother of Faces? Don't worry about it. Why does Ko care about the statue? Don't worry about it. And God, I gotta say, in the original, and I know this is a flaw in Korra too, in the original, the spirits were so interesting because they were alien but familiar. They had this amoral quality to them, right? They weren't good, they weren't evil. It's just that their moral system was so alien to us that we couldn't comprehend. So Ko wasn't actually a villain in the sense that he was evil. It's just that what Ko does is what we as humans consider evil. It's sort of like how, you know, fleas bother us because they're a parasite. But a flea isn't trying to be evil, it's just trying to live its life. And similarly, there are animals that we kick out of their homes to build our cities. Like, this isn't a matter of evil. It's sometimes creatures have different sets of values. And that's what the spirit world was. Intelligent beings that sometimes we could comprehend and sometimes we couldn't. That's the purpose of the Avatar. He's a diplomat, a bridge between the worlds. But none of that's here. And now it's like, Ko wants this statue, don't worry about why, but he does. And if you give him the MacGuffin that you went on the fetch quest for, you can save your friends. Like, is this a video game? Because I would have rather this been a video game.
I do feel that like the alien quality of the spirits kind of like gives them, in a writing sense, this kind of quality of a lot of the time less is more, and like you can just have this weird little thing that's there for a bit of an episode and then you never see it again, and that like that sort of lack of giving them an entire arc, or you know, like delving too deeply into any spirit kind of leaves them more alien, which means that whenever they try to dig really deep into spirits, that's usually where it goes wrong. And that once again feels like they already feel strapped for time. I didn't see the introduction of Ko in this, But my first impression when I saw, oh, they're mentioning Ko this early on, was just that, oh, they probably included Ko because he's popular.
A question from a storytelling perspective. Ko gets introduced to us in the ending of the original show because of his link to Karuk. They have history, right? Karuk is in the show. We know this because they cast an actor. So he's got to pop up in one of these 2 episodes at least because we're out of time, right? But they already kind of blew their load with Ko. So do Karuk and Ko no longer have a connection? Would it not have made more sense for the Fire Sage to be like, oh, nah, dude, Ko is like mad because, you and Karuk had beef. And then Aang has to, do the spiritual avatar thing and connect with Karuk and figure it out? Would that not have been a better way to flesh out Karuk rather than, Aang, you got the blue key, so you can come into the Fire Sage room
Yeah,
and
well,
have this
'cause they had
dialogue with
to-
the
they had
NPC
to
and I'll
have
give you the
some-
item.
They had to send Aang to the Fire Nation temple. They had to make that make sense somehow. Because if because that's right. Because he went there to find out of how to deal with Ko, as
Yeah.
opposed to the original.
Ko's not the face
found
healer
out,
in there either, like Sam is pointing out. Yeah.
and they could have, if they really wanted Roku, if they had to have Roku be the one to talk about Ko, why didn't they at least just throw in a line of Roku saying, I stole something from Ko in order to get payback for Karuk?
Yeah, anything. Like anything. If you could set up Karuk, like I don't know, man. I don't know.
You could set up
I'm
that Ko's been beefing with every avatar since Karuk.
Mother Her Faces does not matter. Why is she here? Like they introduced this just to give Aang a solution to a problem they created. It's like an artificial issue. Like Ko never had to kidnap the other 2. In the original, they were just sick. And that's enough. People get sick, kids get sick. They were sick and in danger of dying from a regular ass illness, and Aang had to get them the cure. That's why he was in a rush. But now,
And you want to know where this problem comes from?
what?
This problem comes from the fact that they could not do the storm because they literally blew their load too early. So all of this shit that's supposed to happen in the storm can't happen. So they have to come up with a bunch of different ways for the same things that happen in the storm to
There's
happen
another
without the
issue.
storm.
There's another issue. In the original, the storm was presented as a way to draw a thematic parallel between Aang and Zuko. So Aang is our hero, but despite being a hero, his story starts with an act of selfishness, of cowardness. He ran away. Zuko, despite being our villain, his story started with an act of selflessness, of standing up for others. And this draws a very fascinating thematic parallel between the two of them because their relationship is a core of the show. But because that has been removed, Aang no longer ran away. He went out for ice cream and got caught in a storm. Like, he did not run away. And Zuko's entire thing has been muddled to all hell. We no longer have that thematic parallel. So the storm had to add this stuff because it was empty. And Iroh can come and spoon feed us the idea of masks. But the reality is the reason Iroh has to spoon feed it is because it's not there anymore. Face changing doesn't consider Zuko's face literally being changed by an act of abuse from his father for doing the right thing and how that has tormented him is not there. The blue spirit being a mask that perhaps showed a part of Zuko that he is denying isn't there. The mask that Aang wears of happiness and silliness to not have to cope with the reality that his entire people are dead, it's not there. None of it's there. So when Iroh sits there and tells us about our masks being our true selves, you're just kind of like, what are you talking about, Iroh? Everything's been like upfront. There's no subtext. Like you're trying to make it seem like there is depth. But the only mask we got is the literal mask. I'm sorry. You guys,
No,
it's a
don't
just,
apologize.
I feel like everyone's gonna call me a hater.
No, I was
You're
gonna say
not
that end bit again did feel. That's why I made the joke about the Batman thing, where it's just like that felt very tacked on at the end.
Can I say, I think the fact that the war room scene is now even more Ozai's fault than it originally was, because originally Ozai had nothing to do with Zuko's outburst, and here they made it so Ozai literally eggs Zuko onto the point of causing the outburst. The general doesn't even cause Zuko to have the outburst. Zuko literally just blurts out a turn when nobody was prompting him to even speak.
Yeah.
The
They're
13-year-old
also
an impossible question, and the 13-year-old got the answer wrong, and Ozai lost his shit. Also, it removes some of Iroh's guilt, because Zuko wasn't supposed to be in that meeting, remember? Iroh brought him in.
Oh,
So
right.
now
Oh,
Iroh
that's
no
right.
longer bears that responsibility. Now it is
I
literally I brought a child, and it's not I brought a child in when he wasn't ready, and he spoke out of turn, and it caused disastrous consequences. Now it is Zuko was supposed to be in there, and Ozai for no reason set up a rhetorical trap for this child. This is completely different. It completely undermines so much of Iroh's guilt and why he's feeling like I failed Luten and now I'm failing Zuko, and it's so important. And to a certain element, you can even extrapolate that he failed Ozai because Ozai's his younger brother, and maybe Iroh feels like he should have guided him. But in his youth, Iroh was also brainwashed, so it's not like he could have, right?
think
All
this
of
Right.
is
that's
like
gone.
I
All
think
that's
this is
gone.
very
Ugh.
small
You know what?
and not a big deal element or anything, but it is like
Mhm.
for all of the things that Iroh spoon feeds us. One thing that I actually kind of liked him spoon feeding in the original was telling us after the fact that, yeah, no, for the record, I do think that Zuko was right for speaking out, but also showing and that he also thinks that it was like Zuko was suggesting the right tactical decision, which they do actually go into the tactical viability of what Zuko suggests in this, but in a way that makes it worse and doesn't give him that lack of closure in the flashback.
You know, what's funny to me, because they've removed all these elements. Leaves on the Vine. It had a real when they did that Luten's funeral, a lot of us were
Yeah.
very emotional, but
Mhm.
that is because we have watched the original show. We're going in with all of those complicated emotions and guilt that Iroh has felt, and that's why it hits so hard. But for people who are seeing this for the first time, I can't imagine that Luten's funeral is going to have even a fraction of the impact of a broken Iroh singing Leaves on the Vine on the hill of the city he once sieged after having helped everyone all day, but understanding that his wisdom and his help and his kindness came too late, that he chased glory and power and it got his son killed. And he can make all the amends he wants. He can be the best person in the world. It will not bring his son back. And that gut punch motivates us so much more to want to see Iroh succeed with Zuko. But that's gone now. And so now what is a very emotionally manipulative scene for the fans because it's relying on what we already know. I can't imagine people going in to experience Avatar for the first time are going to have a fraction of that feeling, and that makes me very sad, incredibly sad.
It's I know what you're talking about because this would be like if for to keep because we keep bringing up Batman a couple times. It like if you watched Return of the Batman Beyond's Return of the Joker movie without watching the original animated series. So when you get to the flashback scene that everybody remembers from this movie more than the actual plot of the movie itself, you don't have all of the fucking history of Batman and Barbara and Tim and Harley and the Joker to actually make that as poignant as it is when you see Joker get fucking shot.
Yeah. When you see what happens to Robin as well.
Well, yeah, all of that, and that carries a lot of weight because it's like, oh shit, oh he's actually this is a permanent thing that it can't be undone, and that's going to be what a lot of Avatar fans this
It's
version are.
worse. It's
It's
worse
worse.
because the Batman Beyond movie was supposed to be an addition to the DC universe. It is a canon entry within it. So if you watch that movie and you're fascinated and you love it, it's not there to be a substitute for the series. It can be an entry point as much as it can be an end point. If you watch the whole series your whole life and you watch that movie and you're devastated, great, it worked. If you watch that movie and it's your entry point and you're like, yo, what's going on? Who are these characters? What are their relationships like? Then you go back and you watch the canon series that is canon to the movie. But this is meant to work as an adaptation, which means that and it's supposed to be the more adult version, which means that for a lot of people, this is not only going to be their first experience with Avatar, for a lot of people, this is going to be their only experience with Avatar. And that's the difference. Making a movie canon to the universe that relies on you having seen the universe or to go back and watch the universe is different from a brand new canon. We got a super chat. Hey,
Ooh.
Zuko,
Hey,
can you sing Secret Tunnel?
Oh.
Yeah,
you, Tomas.
we need a cheer up before we continue. Let's go,
Who's-
Zuko.
May I
Yes.
ask who sent that super chat?
What?
May I ask the name of the super chat?
Thomas.
Oh,
Thomas Dallas or Celeste? He gave you $2 to shake it. Let's go.
All right, Thomas, I want you to know that Secret Tunnel is actually my least favorite song of episode of book 2, so here you go. Two lovers forbidden from one another. A war divides their people. Uncle, why am I singing this? Do not make me continue. Oh my god. Sacred tunnel! Sacred tunnel!
Because I'm
through
Azula.
the mountain! Sacred tunnel! I'm done! Uncle, I'm not
Okay.
doing this anymore!
Because I'm Azula and I gotta one up Zuko, is anyone gonna give a super chat? Because I actually wrote an extended version of the song that fills in all the blanks the hippies left, but includes all the lyrics they tell us. And I will sing it right now on stream if someone pledges more than they pledged for Cade. Because I gotta beat Zuko.
Ooh.
Anybody? Any takers? I will do it right now. I just need even a cent more than Zuko got. That's all I
Anybody
want.
want to double in and send it to the next actor?
I just want to beat Zuko. Any takers?
Wonderful
Any
job, Kate, by
takers?
the way.
What? $1.99 was the original total, so
Yeah.
$2 is enough.
$2, and I will read the full version of Secret Tunnel I wrote. I just want to beat Cade. Anybody? Everyone's saying they want it, but I don't know.
We'll
They
give
don't
it.
want me. I'm not Zuko.
We'll give it. We'll give it a little bit. In the meantime, because
Someone said, "Holy shit! I wish I had money right now."
we have almost been discussing this for almost the duration of the episode itself. At this point,
Amy says, "I will co for you $2." All right, got it. Cool. Let's go. Ready?
Okay.
Go for
Two
it.
lovers forbidden from one another. A war divides their people.
Oh.
Oh
No.
No,
and the
no.
mountain, find a way to be together. Two lovers.
Lucia, you're lagging.
Oh no.
Happened.
This is the worst time for
That was the
yours.
worst time Discord lag I've ever heard.
What's going on?
It
Why is
literally
everyone
cut out right when it got to your original lyrics, I think.
don't-
Oh, and
You know that's fair.
Oh, why?
Discord.
Classic Discord.
Okay. Try that again, perhaps. Oh no.
Hello?
No, Lucia.
Lucia?
Give a bit.
Oh no. The $2 was so worth it. Thank you, Thomas. Big Avatar is silencing her.
This isn't fair. Her song's really good, guys. It's so
No.
good.
It is, and I have plans to write the full instrumentals for it.
Mertzcon says there are no songs in Bossing Say. No. Oh no, please.
Yeah, Lucia, if you're talking at all, we are hearing precisely 0% of it.
Yeah,
Oh,
we are eagerly awaiting your
I'm
return.
afraid
from
she's
the
having
Foul
mic
Guy.
issues again.
oh no. In the meantime, because again, we have 2 episodes left.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
Yes,
hey,
yes,
you're
There you are,
Okay,
yeah.
go now. No, wait, just sing.
You won't believe it. The internet literally went out. I'm on my phone. I've got Sokka over here trying to fix it. Say hi, Sokka.
Hello, Sock with the Water Tribe here.
He's my tech guy.
Sabotage! You're
Then I'm
sabotaging my sister, Sokka!
No, he's doing it. Okay, all right. I will try to do it from my phone. Is the quality good enough? I'm sorry,
It's
guys.
Yes,
Plenty good, yes.
You're going through loud and clear right now.
Okay, I'll try. I'll just start from the second verse. Is that good?
Right from the original stuff, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Two lovers, the mountain becomes their cover, but how to reach through bedrock and the monsters that live underground. Observe the beasts and learn their customs. The masters move rock to their own, and the blind speak to stone. The lovers learn to bend. From their fingertips springs a fountain. The earth crumbles through the mountain. They form a secret tunnel through the mountain. Secret tunnel. So then there's an instrumental. And if you'll remember, a lot of fan versions leave out that the hippies say, and die. Not mine. I got you guys. We're getting the and die. Who wants the and
Yeah.
die?
Do it.
Go for it.
So it goes. Two lovers, their people are warring brothers. The woman was known as Oma, and the man whom she loved was called Shu. Till one day his life was stolen. One lover torn away from her other. She stood before both their peoples, and she's tore the mountain apart. Make peace, she declared, or refuse and die. The masters move rock to their own, and the blind speak to stone. The people learn to bend. From their fingertips springs a fountain. The earth crumbles through the mountain. They build a city in their honor. Oh, Omashu, oh, Omashu, born from the mountain, and the secret tunnel. Yeah. My apologies. I'm not a singer. I did my best.
And thank you to Thomas for the $5 super chat
Oh, yeah.
to
Oh my
get
gosh,
us
thank
that
you! I
version.
beat you, Zuko! I beat you by $3!
Damn it, Azula! Why
All
don't you let me
right.
have anything?
Thank you so much, Grant. Everybody, praise be to Grant, our voice of Sokka, who actually is a phenomenal singer. If you've heard the Eye of the Tiger song
Yeah,
that
Flight
he
of the
came up with for-
Tiger Check it out on our
Yeah,
channel.
you know what? When we're done with this series, we should play the music video for Flight of the Tiger Dillo because we made it through, and I think we
Yeah.
deserve that. All right, I'm going to switch
check
back
it
to
out
the
now.
mic, and then we want to continue. Everyone ready to continue for the finale?
Are we ready?
There's one last thing I wanted to say, and I'll
Let me get back on my computer.
All right, Cade, if you want to go. in the
Sounds like you
meantime.
have time.
I know Lucia will have something to say about this, so I don't want her to miss it, but
All right,
I
she's
will
back.
at least say.
She is back.
I'm here.
Cool. All right. So we here at Book 4 had a couple, like maybe a year ago at this point, in the writing room, had a conundrum because we realized that for all of the reverence around these two characters, at no point during the show do they ever say a single word to each other or are ever even in the same room outside of like one flashback, and you don't even see them at the same time. Those two characters are Ozai and Iroh, the two brothers with all this history behind them, and we don't even know how those two behave towards each other. And so this is the first time in canon history of any kind that we see Ozai and Iroh in the same room at the same time talking to each other. And how do they portray this character dynamic? They just show Ozai just being like almost polite to Iroh, but passively firm at the same time. It's like the most boring interaction that Ozai could possibly have with his older brother who he stole the throne from.
I think we need to go. I completely agree with your point. And yes, book 4 did make a fully animated little preview
Also
for
check
the
that out
Iroh
on our,
and
also check that
Yes.
out on our
Yeah.
channel.
on our channel. In fact, I can drop the link in chat. But yeah, book 4 is working on a story that goes into the Fire family, starting with Sozin and his sister Saizon. We get to see Azulon, and then finally ending with Iroh and Ozai, and we get to see how the building generational trauma informs why they are the way they are. I actually wrote the script for that one. We have a writer's room. I wrote the script for that one, and the incredible Sam Lee Wins did some beautiful animation for it. I'm going to drop the link in chat right here because you actually get to see the beginning of an Agni Kai between a very, very young Ozai. Now, in the beginning, he says, "Yeah, I killed her," about their mother. We're writing that Isla died in childbirth, and Azulon blamed Ozai. because there's some hints in the show that he's the rejected son, just like Zuko is. Anyway, you can check it out if you want to later. I've dropped the link in chat for anyone who's interested and wants to check it out. But I think for now we probably got to get back, right? I'm so sorry for all the time I took up with my brain
I was
Yeah,
about to
breaking.
yeah.
say, so
I sung it out. I sung it out. I'm okay now.
Yeah, well then the final thing then, well then it's just like how much are we going to have to talk about? Well, I mean, I guess if you know what, sooner we start
Yeah,
talking.
Let's just jump right into
Yeah.
it.
Alrighty.
And
I
we
just
are back.
I am sorry. I just have to say, I just loved how everyone in chat, we just all together, we popped off for sexism. Sexism is back, baby.
Like,
I like that apparently the plot twist was that Aang was the sexist all along and not Sokka. Like, and by like I mean hate. Like, Aang's just
like
flat
he
out
could
like,
have made
no,
that argument
Qatar.
just from the point of being non-confrontational, which is Aang's actual character flaw.
Looks like
I-
sexism's back on the menu, boys.
It kind of bothered me at the very end that we got that ashen snow that in the show it establishes early on that means the Fire Nation is coming. And they established that in like the first episode, but this time in the first episode they found like they just saw Zuko's boat coming. They didn't get
Yeah, they didn't get to say, "Oh, there's ash."
they didn't get to
Can
see the
I-
ashen snow. Yeah.
Can I just say that the only arc Zuko has had since they cleaned him up so much is learning to gossip. Like in the beginning, he's like, "No gossip, uncle," but throughout this story, Iroh has solved problems by gossiping and lying. And now here's Zuko being like, "All right, Zhao's crazy, right, uncle?" He's like, "Yeah, he's crazy." And I was like, in chat, we were all like, "The arc is real." Zuko learned to gossip.
The gossip arc. Yay.
I saw this one thing online that I've been laughing about all night. This kept me up last night. Somebody asked if May and Ty Lee, someone who was a new viewer, asked if May and Ty Lee were real. And at first I didn't understand what they meant, but reading that comment thread, apparently they thought that they had heard that Azula has hallucinations in the show. They thought May and Ty Lee were imaginary friends. Azula
Oh,
was
no.
hallucinating because nobody else interacts with them and they don't do anything except stand around and talk to her and let her vent. So some people apparently thought they were literally imaginary.
That's wonderful.
Is that how
Honestly-
they-
Love that for
Is
them.
that how they fix the continuity where Azula's like, "Oh wait, I've just been hallucinating my friends all this time. I have to actually gather them up in order for them to do anything
Yeah.
useful." Once
I think it's really funny the idea that May and Ty Lee would be like her shoulder angel and shoulder devil that do not exist. Like
Yeah.
Azula's just talking to him because that means nobody is even saying anything when she's doing it because they're all like, "Bro, she's nuts. Like, don't talk to her." Like, what? I think that says something about the writing that characters don't even feel real, despite how many scenes we get with them.
I do
Yeah,
wanna say
yeah.
that you said earlier about like Zuko finally learning to gossip did conjure the mental image of my mind of like Hama just like bowed towards Zuko and go, "Congratulations, Zuko, you're a gossip bender now."
You're a gossip bender.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, people in chat again just saying like, Aang hasn't trained in water bending. So a very funny thing. Sorry, slight tangent in order to build up to this. Ryoma, you had asked about the Star Wars show Bad Batch. It's a very good show. Of course, there is some filler stuff which you get for show, but it is really telling when a show has filler, and because it has filler, a character within the show is basically essentially like, "We don't do anything that matters. I'm gonna leave the main cast and go off and do something that matters." Like, that's a part that's in this actual show. And I mentioned that because there's literally a part in it where they're like, "You should have studied more bending before you got here." It's like someone in the show is literally telling
That
Aang he
was-
should have had more filler.
That was
He
Paku.
should
Yeah.
have had- Yes. That was actually a thing.
So
Just that Paco has read the strategy guides. Like, wait, no, you're supposed to be further along.
Yeah, you should have done more side quests before you went on the main quest. You're not leveled up enough. Oh yeah, another person. Yeah, he should be passing up Katara in waterbending, and he hasn't even done it yet.
Yeah, also interesting is that in the show, Paku recognizes Katara's necklace, and that convinces him to change his glaze. In this show, I guess he's just gonna stay sexist for now, and not develop as a character either, even as like a smaller side character.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's got the whole UA with the boy of my dreams thing.
Yeah, also, Yue was the spirit fox. What kind of twist is that?
Why didn't they make so her explanation is that she was the spirit fox because of the moon spirit in her. So why didn't they make her a rabbit? Rabbits, which in Japanese mythology and to some extent Chinese, because there's some crossover, is a moon symbol, right? Like you know how in the US we have the man on the moon.
Yeah.
In Japan, it's the rabbit on the moon making
Mm.
mochi. That's why Sailor Moon's name
Mhm.
in Japanese is bunny. It's Usagi. So if they're
Okay.
gonna make her an animal in the spirit world because of the moon, why is she a fox? That's especially confusing because she showed up with Wan Tan and foxes serve Wan Tan. So I almost feel like this was a fake out for the audience that's already seen the show rather than a
Yeah.
standalone decision, which is very upsetting if this is supposed to be its own thing.
Yeah.
Well, probably because like making mochi is more of an earthbender thing than a waterbender thing. So their hands were tied.
Or
That's the only reason I can think of.
are foxes more likely to eat cheese because some people say that the moon is made out of cheese?
Foxes are an earth symbol because of their association with Inari, the rice goddess.
Mm,
Uh,
that is true. She should, if she was
which
a
is
fox, she should have been making inane
Rice is
sushi.
not
Yeah,
cheese the last time
she
I
should have been
checked.
making like a little.
no, I
Mm.
know, but that's why I'm saying that's why Wan Tan has foxes of all things. They're an
Mhm.
earth symbol because of their association with Inari. But see, this is what's bothering me, man. They had an Asian cast and crew. Why did nobody do this? I'm so confused. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna have to let it go. I don't understand why Han and Yue are broken up. Maybe they didn't want to deal with, like someone in chat pointed out, they didn't want to deal with the intricacy of Sokka and Yue having a romance while she's engaged to someone else. Or maybe they didn't want to deal with teenage child arranged marriages. But I gotta say, if this was supposed to be the adult version where we burn people alive,
Yeah.
it's really odd that they're shying away from things that a Y7 cartoon show didn't. Like,
Mm.
Sokka got a huge Riz debuff. And it's weird
yeah.
because when you watch the show and UA, like, I mean, they don't. I mean, there's never really a full decision because she never gets a choice. But like, when you see UA's options, you're like, oh yeah, Sokka's option here, of course. And then it's like now it's just like, oh, Han, like he's very like he's apparently a guy, and
Yeah, we lost you a bit, Curtis.
We lost you, Curtis.
uh-oh.
Okay.
I gotta say,
Oh,
what you're
sorry.
saying makes sense. Continue, Curtis.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay, yeah. So like, yeah. So he's apparently a good guy, and according to some chat, he is very physically attractive. So like, he has everything that you possibly want, and then you just pass him up just because, oh, he's the one. He's for my so that ah
Dornfist is bringing up a good point too. It kind of undermines the whole "we are sexist in the Northern Water Tribe" if Yue can just break off an arranged marriage. Like,
That
if Yue can just be
yeah.
like, "Nah, I'm not feeling it," then I don't really buy this whole "it's sexist and women have rigid gender roles." That just seems. It makes it seem less like Paku was sexist and more like Paku was like, "Girl, you can't fight. Like, what are you're gonna die." This was my problem in episode 1 too. When Sokka's telling Katara she can't fight. Like, it's not sexist there because Katara literally cannot fight.
Mm.
Sokka's being pragmatic. Like, girl, you can't charge into danger. You'll die. You're not a warrior. And if she had developed throughout the series the way she does in the original, then Paku still denying her the training she needs would make more sense. But because she's so underdeveloped, Paku being like, "Girl, you ain't a fighter. Like, maybe you shouldn't be fighting," is it, and they don't feel as sexist because Yue can just break. I don't know, man.
This just in, guys. Sexism is in fact not back.
Yeah.
they're just sexist for the aesthetic. They're not actually sexist.
I've seen a lot of people criticize Kiowentio's performance as Katara. A lot of people call her the weak link of the main cast, and I think that's really unfair because she's a young actress being given nothing. Like, absolutely nothing. Like, what has Katara had? They've basically turned her into the Ember Island players Katara, where she's just like, "Oh, I've got so much hope." Like, what is she? Her anger's gone, her drive is gone. Something I remember about the original show is that in the early episodes, Aang is a distracted ADHD little kid that just wants to have a good time and not think about all the horrible things he's lost. And Sokka is a sullen teenager who's like, I don't want to do this. This is dumb. I'm just here to make sure you guys don't die because you need me. But Katara is the one driving the party. She's the one with the motivation. Aang, you need to learn the 4 elements. And you know what? I need to learn waterbending too. So let's go north. Guys, we need to get into the city. I have an idea how we can do it. Like in the beginning of the show, she is the driving force. And that is so important because here, Sokka is the driving force. Plus all these visions Aang keeps getting, telling him that this is serious. And also everybody he meets yelling at him to take it seriously. Katara has nothing. Like Sokka even figured out how to get out of the cave of 2 lovers. It wasn't Katara anymore. She's not clever. She's not fiery. She's not passionate. She's not frustrated. She's not angry. She's not anything. And why would you do that to your female lead?
But she did figure out how to get out of the cave of 2 lovers through the power of love and badger moles.
Yeah, that is.
I
All right,
actually
what is
think,
Sokka's relationship count at this point? He had Suki. He had that fox, which turned out to be Yue, his own sister in the Cave of 2 Lovers, Han. Like, God, this
I
is.
think it is fair to count the fox and Yue as separate lovers because Yue did mention she was 2 in 1, so she counts as a twofer anyway.
Okay, so the literal moon. Also, why did they give Azula Zuko's arc?
It's so weird.
Like, she's now, like, the whole. Okay, in the original show, Zuko is so driven by his anger. That's his traumatic response. And because he feels so angry at the injustice of being the rejected, the scapegoated child, he reacts with anger and violence because that's what he feels. And Azula is the opposite. She has this tightly controlled, never show my vulnerability attitude because inside she is afraid. And that's why she uses intimidation and manipulation and fear to control others, because that is what she feels and what her trauma response is coming out. But now that they've made Azula this like rage beast who's fully willing to stand up to Ozai, that doesn't work. They gave her Zuko's hot-headed, angry, like that was basically Zuko's Day of Black Sun calling out Ozai on his bullshit, and they gave it to Azula here. It just doesn't make sense. Ozai is so much less scary if the kids can just yell at him and he doesn't fry their faces. Like what? I don't know.
I do think so just to get back, yeah, they really didn't give. And I like Katara in not to once again, I guess to once again get back to the old show. Like it is neat that Katara gets stuff to sort of work off of later on as like a tomboy girly girl thing, but Katara's like way of being the girly girl is by being very aggressively compassionate. Like
Yeah.
she cares for other people, and that is like all great and all nice, except she, fights fascism. So like she regularly runs into people who won't let her care for other people, and she decides to become a problem when that happens.
Yeah.
Like and
So-
that is sort of, yeah, I do think that's a really neat way in the original show to like, give the like let her combine that fierceness while still being that character in the dynamic.
So I'd like to ask everybody a question to make a point.
Mhm.
In the context, since this was a very Katara episode, in the original show, in book 1 specifically, when you think Katara, what episode / story arcs do you think of?
I think of her splitting open the iceberg because she was mad at her brother's bullshit. I think of her connection to Aang and how she was the first like bit of hope that he had. Just as he's the hope for the world, Katara is the hope for Aang, right? Because he'd be all alone. She literally says, "We're your family now," after Aang's lost everything. And I think of the fight with Pakku. Personally, those are my 3.
Yeah.
Curtis, what do you think?
I thought
Oh,
my
Iris.
very or
Oh no, go ahead, Curtis.
oh, sorry, yeah. I thought you were agreeing with her. Yeah, the very first scene that came to a head was the one where she encounters the guy who killed her mother. That was the very first scene that came to head.
He's saying book 1.
Oh, sorry, book 1. Book 1. Well, yeah. If we're doing only book, I'm blending book books together, and what
That's this show's job, Curtis. Stop doing what the show's
that is. I guess honest. Well, see, I'm wondering if I'm trying to avoid this because of Lucia's answers, but the first thing that actually came to mind was the Pirates episode when she's like, "We're not gonna," or when she takes the
Oh, that's
scroll.
valid. That's valid.
Same.
Yeah.
What do you think of when you book one, Katara?
Iris, were you gonna say or?
Sorry, I didn't hear my name part of that. I was also,
James.
What?
in lieu of already.
What?
Yeah.
Kate is asking all of you one by one. What do you think of when you think of Katara in book one?
And
What
the
is it
name
that sticks out to you?
the name he's calling out is getting cut out, so we don't know who. it
James.
is.
I hear it. He said Iris, and then he said
Oh,
James
okay.
when he didn't get an answer.
Yeah. Well, Iris
Yeah.
first. She's been trying to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the Baku, like, confrontation is a big thing. Her, I think there's a big part, but that's later on. But like the lead up to that is the introduction in the Water Tribe, and I do think that her like pursuing learning how to waterbend in the like absence of having a proper master is like has both her going out of her way to get the scroll, which is like sort of one of her big character flaw moments where she's like, oh, I probably shouldn't have fucked around and found out there, and her getting actually kind of spiteful for a little moment towards Aang for like being better than her at this thing she's trained at her whole life, despite this being like date 3 for him. Like she gets to showcase some character flaws in her like pursuit to learn waterbending in a more professional sense, no matter what the cost.
Cool. All right, James, your turn.
So for me, it's and a couple people in chat brought this up when she started learning waterbending with Yagoda. In the show, she discovers she has healing powers during the Zhang episode, and like Zhang approaches her after being so critical of Aang and his lack of discipline and stuff, and he speaks some encouraging words to Katara about how healing power is kind of rare, and how he wishes he could do that. And I think that might have been like, it's been a while since I saw the original show all the way through, but I feel like that was like a turning point in Katara when like she found out that she's got something that a lot of people don't, and it sort of elevated her and stuff.
And I understand if we to answer, but I would like to extend him the chance to.
So
And if
Grant has an answer if you want to hear Grant. So here's
Oh, I would
Grant.
love
He's actually the voice of Sokka, just like I'm the voice of Azula for this project. Once again, we are the Book 4 Restoration Project. We are making our own pseudo Book 4 using both original content as well as official content. We have 4 episodes up. Please watch them if you're interested. So our voice for Sokka here, what do you think of when you think of Katara in Book 1?
So when I think of Katara in book 1, sorry, I had to change to stereo mode real quick. Also, hey everyone. Sorry I can't hear you right now, but
I can't.
I think one of the things that kind of acts the epitome, I don't know why I'm so naturally going to my Sokka voice right now, is honestly, I think it's when they start trying to learn waterbending together, because I feel like that kind of epitomizes, what Katara is like. The idea of frustration of a lack of progress, wanting to be a better, person of these things, because she really does want to be, strong. She wants to be useful. It's
Do you
not
mean
that
the scroll, like when she gets jealous? Is that what you're talking
yeah,
about?
yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
No,
Oh,
I
no.
agree. Her flaws help flesh her out. Yeah.
And that whole idea that it's like she wants to be so helpful that sometimes she hinders herself.
Mhm.
And it's a relatable thing. I mean, that whole idea that you want to be like the best you can be, not because you want to be better than people, but because you want to feel like you can do something in the world. And yeah, I think that made her just such a strong character in its own right, even with that kind of flaw right there.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the main stuff I'm thinking of.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything
I
you've
like
said.
that. I like that a
Her
lot.
both
Yeah,
her
yeah.
positives and her negatives make her such a fleshed out, interesting character, and they've removed both from her here.
So, I guess now it's down to me. I think of two things when I think of Book One Katara. The first of which is her fight in the North Pole against Zuko, which might happen. I'm not sure at this point.
Oh
They
yeah.
kind of already did that on Kyoshi Island, but maybe they'll get a rematch. But the second one is the imprisoned episode, the entire Haru episode.
Oh,
I
that
think
yeah.
that is a very strong Katara episode that I feel like, I don't think it's anybody's fault, but I notice a lot of people don't always remember the imprisoned episode.
Well, yeah, but I remember that one because of what they did to it in the live action movie, not because of Katara. So your point still stands.
And I think it's very telling that of all of our answers here, only really one of Lucia's actually made it into this show. Because the imprisoned didn't make it in, Zhang didn't make it in, Katara cracked iceberg due to her, anger at Sokka's sexism didn't make it in. The waterbending scroll, the pirates didn't make it in. The whole losing of her necklace and beefing with Zuko to get it back didn't make it in. Like, none of it makes it into this show. To the point where this is the first time that I would argue this is Katara's first actual fight in the entire Netflix show.
Oh yeah, what that now she's got the Mary Sue Rayisms in her now.
So, okay, for anyone who doesn't regularly visit our channel, we are professional voice actors, writers, audio engineers, composers, musicians, animators. Some of us, though they're not here. So, for a lot of us, this show was something that informed us in what we make. My first writing and VO gig was Avatar. If you've ever seen those puppet bender ads, I was 19 years old and recently homeless when I did those because Dave Roman commissioned them. Changed my life. I'm actually one of I'm the first part Asian voices Zula's ever had because of those ads. And so I got to talk to some of the writers and the storyboard artists. And God, I have so much tea about the M. Night Shyamalan movie and why it was a disaster if you guys ever want to hear it. But that team cared so much about the characters they were writing. It was so important to them. The stories I could tell you about what they fought for in that room to be able to make these characters feel real, and relatable, and complex, and have them face complicated moral questions that even adults struggle with, but to present it in a way even children could understand. That took so much love and craft and care, and every element goes into that. The writers are where it starts. You need to have it written well. But the storyboard artists contributed. I mean, it was storyboard artists that first came up with Toph. The cultural consultants that came in and made sure that the names were written the way they were written and that the characters meant something. That the recontextualization of the cultural elements that they were borrowing were used respectfully. Something Korra had some problems with because they didn't have these consultants early on. The musicians, the directors, the voice actors themselves. I mean, Greta Lyle during that breakdown scene asked to be left alone in the booth so that she could basically tap into her own trauma to make Azula's visceral breakdown sound real. All of these people that put so much love and care. And what is frustrating me about this is that it does not feel like they didn't care. They clearly tried very hard to visually represent what we all were looking for. And so what went wrong here? Is it that they did not comprehend the character arcs? I find it very difficult to believe that professional adult writers can't comprehend a show written for 7-year-olds. So I don't think that's it. Is it that the studio wanted it to be more adult? Because it's not. It's pretty juvenile. Outside of a couple scenes where firebenders burn people, is this any more adult than the original? Not really. They constantly spoon feed us things that in the original was just subtext. The moral ambiguity is gone. Like, so what? happened here. And what I'm really struggling with is wondering to myself, why did they write it the way they did? What is the intention here? And the depressing conclusion, or at least hypothesis, that I keep coming to is that modern audiences don't want to be challenged, or at least the studios perceive that, whether it's true or not, that modern audiences don't want to be challenged, that they don't want their characters to have flaws or human issues because, then they get canceled and they're no good or whatever. Whether or not that's true, at least I think that's how studios are perceiving it. Sokka can't be sexist in 2024, they say, or he won't be likable. But draining Katara of everything that made her Katara is a way more sexist thing to do than letting Sokka have a believable flaw that he overcomes. And it's just crazy to see. Like, I know we all rant about how media literacy is on the decline or whatever, but this seriously feels like they do not think the audience can handle all of the complexities of Avatar. And man, do I feel talked down to as an adult who got her start on this project, on this show, when it was being written for 7-year-olds. And here I am as an adult. I don't know, man. I feel really bad about this. Man. We have a
Yes.
super chat. Gossip arc thoughts. Zuko, you've been tagged. What are your thoughts on the gossip arc? And I'm going to say at the 20-minute mark, should we start the next episode and finish this?
Yeah, sounds
All
like
right.
a plan.
Go ahead, Cade.
So, while I find the whole idea of the gossip arc funny, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I am following the joke, but every time you guys don't bring it up, I forget it's even a thing. Like I'm just not picking up on it. But I do
It's
think
not a
it's
real.
hilarious.
It's not a real arc, Cade.
Yeah.
We're joking.
I know it's not a real. I know
Cade
it's not a
method
real arc.
acts Zuko so much that he actually misses things and is oblivious, like Zuko.
I know it's a joke.
So give us your
I
fake
know
review, the joke review of the gossip arcade. Come on, keep up.
Listen, I
Yes.
don't see the honor in gossiping about people because gossiping is wrong. Unless it's about Zhao.
All right, well, I have a better one
There-
than you, Zuko. This is my
there's your-
analysis. This is
There's
my
your
analysis.
reference to the Pirates episode.
They paid us $2, so here's my analysis of the gossip arc. I think the gossip arc proves that you can't let your memes be dreams. This has been the most entertaining part of Zuko's arc, is the fake joke arc we made up. But the other thing, it's really funny that they've accidentally seemed to make a story that teaches you that lying and gossiping is lit. Because that's all Iroh does. Every time there's a problem, Iroh just lies and gossips to get what he wants. And the fact that they overtly had Zuko shout that gossiping is wrong in the beginning and everything keeps going wrong for him, and Iroh keeps having to fix it with gossip and lies. I'm like, damn, dude, they accidentally made a story about, like, bro, just lie. What's wrong with you?
They learned nothing from the Great Divide.
They learn nothing from anything. Anyway.
Iroh was the real
Yeah.
meddling hoe all along.
Oh yeah, it's because they gave Aang Sokka's sexism, so they gave Zuko Aang's lesson from the Great Divide where he lies to fix a problem. You're right, Grant. They just shuffled around the arcs a little bit.
And then they
Yeah,
gave
do you remember this
Azula
whole-
Zuko's anger.
Yeah, and they gave Azula Zuko's anger. It's a remix, remember? They said it's a remix.
Do you
And then
remember
they gave
Lucia?
Sokka
We had a
Azula's
joke.
cunning. It's a circle.
What were you saying, Kate?
You and I a long time ago made a joke about how with Ozai in prison, and Zuko needs something from him, so he promises a bunch of sentence reductions for Ozai, but he forgot he made those reductions, and so suddenly Ozai's getting let out of prison, and Ozai's reaction to them letting him out of prison, he's like, "What are you talking about? Why am I getting let out? That's stupid. Zuko shouldn't let me out." And he's like, "But he promised you. What did you expect him to do? Lie!"
Oh yeah, we were joking about Zuko being like, if you help with this, Dad, I'll reduce your sentence. And then when the day comes to let him out, he's like, you're letting me out? But why? Well, you did all these things and we promised. I thought he was lying. He wasn't lying. I've lost all respect for him. He should have lied.
We manifested the gossiping and lying as well as
Oh
Soren.
my god, Soren is real. Actually, Han is sexy, and I don't know how to feel about. I feel like Han should have been cast as Sokka because right now, like you remember how Suki was thirsting over Sokka just from like seeing him on sight.
Yes.
Like maybe that should have been Han, like right on sight, that big old
Just
Chad.
to be
And
clear,
Suki's
you
like,
mean that should have been Han thirsting over Sokka just from seeing him on site? Because I'm pretty sure that happened.
both are true. Oh my goodness. Well,
Han wrist first.
as we go into the final episode, I just want to thank everybody who's joined us yesterday
like-
and today. Oh, I guess it's time for us to go into the breach, huh?
I do think that Han
It's
shot first
finally
would have still
time.
worked here.
Yeah, Han shot first.
I'm so tired.
I'm so. Oh my God, Ryoma, I forgot you were here because when I needed your commentary most, you vanished.
So has my energy. I'm sorry.
I love you, Ryoma. This is Ryoma, one of our showrunners and the voice of Aang. Older Aang, which is why he has the deeper voice. Yeah, you ready, Ryoma? We started this.
No.
We gotta end it. We gotta. Come on.
I'm not gonna be happy.
It's okay. I know how we can make it through. We learned the lesson in the Boomy lesson. We can do anything if we electric slide with the power of friendship. So, everybody, power of friendship, get on your knees, make some jazz hands, and let's go.
You
got
Here
this.
we go.
Into the breach,
Make an
meatbags.
Avatar Kyoshi and end this.
And we're back.
All right, now you can cry.
Yeah.
There we go. Now,
So,
now your
yes.
suffering was worth it.
I have a question.
Ask.
When Zhao was saying the avatar isn't relevant anymore, the avatar doesn't matter, maybe Avatar never did. Was he talking to us, the audience? Was he like, you guys are in your 30s now. Why are you still watching a Y7 show? Psych, this sucks. You know why it sucks? Grow up. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like to me. Like Zhao was just fucking telling us, like, this is your fault for thinking we would give you a good avatar. Grow up. That's what it felt like. Oh man, dude. I gotta say, I'm really confused that Iroh's lesson to Zuko through this story seems to be that he should lie, gossip, and murder. Because he flat out just murdered Zhao there. And excuse me, why is it a plot twist that Ozai doesn't like Zuko that much? Why is Zuko stupid? Like, is that what they want us to take from this? Zuko's actually a moron. Like, Zhao's like, your dad doesn't love you, that's why you have a burn on your face. And Zuko's like, what? No, why? I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? In the original show, he knew that was his trauma. Like, children understood Zuko, the feeling of like when your parent doesn't approve of you and doesn't love you and you're trying to earn that love and validation. But you're telling me that this Zuko was just like oblivious. You know what? Maybe all those fan theories that Zuko is autistic have a point. Like, are you telling me he had no freaking idea that Ozai didn't love him? Like, I'm dead, dude. It takes everything away from his arc. Like, if he didn't, in the original, it's clear he knows this is an impossible task, but what hope does he have if he
Yeah, it's
gives
the only
up?
hope he has.
Yeah, but here he's just an idiot that legit is like, oh man, I'm gonna find the avatar and dad's gonna love me. And when Child's like, surprise, he never loved you. Zuko's like, oh, what? And then Iroh's like, nobody tells my nephew the obvious truth and fucking kills Zhao. What? Okay. All right. What was wrong with having the ocean spirit kill him? I gotta say, one of my favorite parts of book one is when the ocean spirit, who is the wrath of nature, coming against Zhao. And remember, the Fire Nation are the most industrialized. They use a lot of weapons, right?
Yeah.
And so the ocean spirit.
That was extremely like Mononoke. That whole
yeah,
in the original.
because Zhao tried to kill the moon, right? Like, it's the
And
hubris of
succeeded.
man to think that we have the power, let alone the right, to kill the moon, to alter nature to that extent. And the ocean spirit killing him is such a, and wiping away all the ships is such, but sparing everyone who prostrates themselves before the ocean spirit is such a great way of conveying without needing Iroh's narration.
Yeah.
Okay, I think like the
Wrath.
two
What the
main
hell?
things I wanted to say is like,
Yeah.
as a feminist, this show should have had more sexism. As a voice actor, this show
it's
should have
for
had
real,
less
dude.
voiceover.
Like, how in the year don't
so
understand
cringe.
having a female character work hard and earn it is a feminist statement. Bullshit to show as a female character who just walks in and goes, well, I don't need it because girl boss, I'm already perfect. That's not feminist, dude. That sucks. Like, what? Who thinks that's what feminism is? This is like the fucking Disney level of feminist where they're just pandering rather than like, no, the whole point is Katara was angry and driven and she worked hard. So when she confronted Paku, we felt how unfair it was that she'd worked so hard just to get told, nah, because you're a girl. But here, Paku's just like, girl, you can't heal, you can't fight. Why the hell would I put you on the front lines? Get out of my face. And he's right.
Yeah.
What the hell? I don't want
And
to
then-
agree with Paku.
And then he walks back from making the tactically sound decision of having the person who has no previous combat experience to then putting all the people who have no combat experience on the front lines away from their support job.
Yep. And then having no medics.
A whole he sent all of his mercy mains to the front lines.
Also, Iris
Why
brought
would
up-
you do? Go ahead.
Iris brought up a great point that the whole I get it. They want to tie it into what Sozin did in the beginning, but I never thought it made much sense in Sozin's either because they're like, we're distracting people by making them think we're going to attack the Earth Kingdom. But I'm like, dude, what does that have to do with the air nomads? Like,
That was a
they're
lot
not
of That was a lot of ships for a distraction.
Well, and not only is it a lot of ships and a waste of resources, but like Iris pointed out, Omashu wasn't sending troops to the Northern Water Tribe. They weren't even in contact. So who the fuck was he distracting? Himself? Zuko? The audience?
The
Zhao?
Avatar? The
Aang?
Avatar, I guess?
Who was it distracting?
I
Mm.
think the one thing I genuinely unironically really liked was Zhao declaring beforehand that he's not going to kill the ocean spirit, that he's going to be generous and merciful and merely kill the moon. Like that just
Yeah.
fits his shit-eating
I'm-
vibe. and
Yeah,
just
see,
Yeah.
I
put
would have
that
liked
in a
that.
little bubble and appreciate it and fuck the rest of this episode.
Zhao
Why did
continues to be the
he-
best part of this.
Okay, Iris, something else you said that I really thought was insightful was about in the original, it was meaningful that the moon and ocean chose to take on these vulnerable forms, these mortal forms.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Why?
Oh,
Why do we
jeez.
need the magic spirit
Your
knife?
internet
It's a
chose to
fish.
take on a vulnerable form.
Yeah, you cut out a vulnerable form and then came back at shouting why.
Oh, okay. So Iris said, and it was meaning ocean and moon spirit chose to take on a vulnerable form in the mortal world where they could die. This was a meaningful choice they made to be with humanity and help the waterbenders and all that. And so when Zhao kills them, they're just fish. He just firebends. But in this one, for some reason, they need a magical knife we've never heard of before. And Karuk is like, sorry, I forgot to mention it. Like, why? Why do we need a magical knife to kill a fish? It's a fish.
It'd be
There
one
are
thing if
so
you were in
many
the
small
spirit
things.
world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so
Yeah.
many small things about like the moon and ocean spirit subplot that I don't like the changes of. And part of
Also-
it is like the form that the kaiju takes, because like
Yeah, it doesn't
the
look like a
original
koi
koi
fish.
kaiju is like it's
Hmm.
graceful, it's slender, it's fey, it's unknowable. It just like looks at something and just decides to smash the ship like casually or like with precision. In this one, it's like really loud and angry, and people are expositing why it's doing what it's doing as it's doing it. It's like
And
Why did it keep
the
It's-
entire tone is
It's
just
taking
off.
vengeance. Yeah, of course it is. What do you think it's doing? It's not taking a
Why-
walk in the park, that's for
why-
sure.
Why did it keep
'Cause, like in the original,
water.
it was like it had this quiet anger. It was going like Super Saiyan, like it just like it was done fucking around, and
It's-
everyone else was going to find out.
Also, I'm sorry, but did you notice, like in the original when this happens, and I'm sorry to compare it, but it is frustrating me that a 2000s low budget Nickelodeon cartoon did this with more. In the original, we didn't need a bunch of dialogue to tell us what was happening, right? We understood.
Mhm.
Aang fused with the ocean
Absolutely.
spirit, which we see is swimming all off balance without the moon, right? Which makes sense. The tides without the moon. And then we see that everyone that prostrates themselves before the water spirit, the ocean spirit, which honors it, shows humility, which are all the waterbenders, they bow, and so they get spared. And the firebenders who try to take up arms against it, it sends its water and it wipes them out like a cleansing of anyone who would disrespect the spirits, right? The ships completely get downed and drowned out to sea, showing that no matter what monuments to humanity's hubris we build, nature always has the final word. Instead, we get one shot of all the female benders being like, oh shit, getting on their knees, and then like that has no context. Like we do not see the juxtaposition. And they completely ruined Zhao's most interesting moment in the entire show. The moment where like the ocean spirit grabs him and Zuko reaches out a hand to nobly help him. And in his last moments, Zhao pulls his hand away, and we are left with the ambiguous question of whether he did that because he was so proud he would rather die than accept Zuko's help, or if it was one single moment of nobility that he didn't want to drag Zuko down with him. We don't know. And
Also,
that's powerful. And instead, Iroh just murders him here, I guess.
yeah.
yeah,
And-
they have their supposed Agni Kai at the end, which remind me if I didn't hear it, James, but out of all the music that reprised, I don't think we ever heard the Agni Kai theme in this
It was
entire
there.
show.
We didn't get the chant, but the rhythmic structure
Oh.
was replicated in percussion instruments.
Mm,
I also
okay.
want to say, speaking of vengeance, I feel like this would have been like even more apt for the ocean spirit to target Zhao specifically because he killed the moon, and instead, you just, I don't know.
It's just like, oh hey, you're the one who killed. Hang on a sec, I'm gonna take care of all that stuff outside first, even though killing you right now would literally not even inconvenience me.
But they
Yeah,
couldn't because they needed to give Zuko a single Agni Kai. They never even explained what Agni Kais are.
yeah. They
It's
didn't.
I don't know, man. I feel this sick feeling in my stomach that this is gonna get renewed and that we're gonna get a lot of people that are gonna go, why would I watch the cartoon when I can watch the live action?
Yeah.
And it looks
That's the
pretty enough.
worst part.
It
Yeah.
looks pretty enough that people will say that's a good. I can't. I'm so hopeless right now. I know not everyone hated it as much as me, but I'm hurting, man. When I
Eh,
went to that premiere, I didn't think it was a perfect episode, and I gave it a pretty mixed review. I said the good and the bad, but I thought this was just a rushed first episode, and I was so ready. I am so heartbroken
uh,
right now.
I'm very sad because again, my mom is very excited about all the stuff that I do, and she was just like, it's just like, oh, I'm gonna see the live action thing. I'm like, you haven't even seen most of the original, have you? And she's like, well, I've seen the important stuff, and what I'm probably gonna tell her next conversation, I was just like, are you prepared to commit like 8 hours to something to watch something Avatar related? And if she says yes, I'm gonna say, then just go back and watch the original cartoon. I feel it feels sad to say it though, because the other thing is that I really wish as much as we talk about the Shyamalan one, I feel like the other thing is that it sort of exists in this thing where like we can all sort of enjoy it still in some regards because of how disconnected it feels. Whereas this, like, it has just enough tissue to where you can see they tried, they got some things right, and then there is like but then which makes the stuff that they got wrong hurt all the more, I feel. So
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
We're
any
all
other
dead
thoughts?
inside, guys.
I'm look. I've
The-
look after some other recent things. Honestly, this was still more enjoyable than a lot of other wholly botched things I've seen. At least I enjoyed myself, even if there were some things where I'm like, this could have been done better. At least I enjoyed myself for a majority of it, and at the very least, what the show cannot take away is the fact that just the original had such good stuff that it actually like gave me hope in things being good. So that's still there. It's just I think I'll be fine. I rest in peace to the rest of your guys' feelings.
the the fact that more people are watching this, like this story, it's Avatar. It's
Mm-hmm.
that this is like you mentioned it, like that this is going to be the preferred watching material for Avatar because it's live action. And there are still people out there that disregard animation because it's animation, and the things that make this story good just aren't here.
yeah.
They're in the
It,
cartoon. I mean, everyone's saying it. The cartoon is more adults. Weirdly enough.
it's like being given a pinata and you're a little kid and you crack open the pinata and inside there's not only all the candies and the usual stuff that you love, but inside there's something new, something you've never seen before, something that makes you think, something that makes you believe in yourself, and this thing is precious to you. And then you grow up and they tell you pinatas are for kids. That's not what adults get. Adults get bonuses. And you're like, "Cool, I'm adult. I'm totally down for a bonus." So they hand you an envelope all decked out and decorated to look like the pinata. So you're like, "Damn, they went all out on this bonus." And you open it and there's no candy and confetti. Well, it's not a kids thing. Of course there's not gonna be candy and confetti. So where's the money? But there's nothing. There's no substance. It is just a really fancy envelope, and the inside is empty. And everything that made you feel things about the original just aren't there. But because the envelope is so pretty, everyone thinks, oh, this is like the pinata, but better because it's for adults. That's a very, very strained metaphor, but it's how I'm feeling.
And then someone
No,
comes along and explains that metaphor to you.
Listen,
all
Lucia really
sounding-
made a deep insightful about entertainment and adult growing up. Allow me to explain it for you all because you are clearly too young.
We
to
need
understand
Iroh's
it.
VA. Where's D. Tyler Foltz? We need Iroh's VA to come and do his Iroh impression and be like, "Watch my niece mean." It's exactly what you guys are saying. I'm so scared that people are gonna think, "Why would I watch the cartoon when I can watch the live action?"
Mhm.
In this sense, I feel bad saying this, but I kind of hope it doesn't get renewed. Because if it doesn't get renewed, people might not watch it because it's incomplete. And they might have to watch the original. Or at least if they
Yeah.
watch this season and they watch the original to find out what happens, they'll get a dose of something better.
Mhm.
But this is just
Yeah. Well, on the other hand, also, well, actually, no, never mind. I was about to say something that didn't make sense. Forget it.
it's
Sure,
okay.
don't worry about it.
How much sense can you not make after all this?
I was about. I mean. Well, actually, hang on. If I word it like this, I wonder if, because again, I feel like this might be because of the bubble I'm in, but like also like the term live action remake has already been soured for a lot of people, so maybe hopefully that sort of transfers in some way. I don't, because I'm not for sure.
You mean like people notice there's a live action remake and they know live action remakes are not great, so they go check out
basically,
the original?
well, basically, I feel like I would be a lot more concerned about this quote unquote replacing the original if this was earlier, if this was a while back, but there's been a lot of things where people have a lot of recently evidence of people realizing that, you know, stuff isn't nearly as good as it was and being a bit more critical if last year's box office wasn't any indication of it. So who knows? I am the optimist though, so
I
Yes,
hope you're right.
yes, Thomas,
Yeah.
I did see that. I thought that particular moment, it was like at the very start of episode 8 where Aang and Katara sort of raid, and Sokka sort of raid that ship, and then Aang and Katara jump off the boat onto Appa, and then there's a explosion on, like in the captain's room where Sokka was bashing stuff, and there's an explosion, and Sokka just flies out and lands on Appa. I thought that was cool, but I also thought the animations were a bit CG, like they replaced the actors with CG. But yeah, that was a fun moment.
I have a question. Is it possible for us to pull up Flight of the Tigerdilla on stream for them? Or is that not something that's possible? I don't know how the streaming stuff works.
I'll need a minute to
Because I feel everyone
pull it
deserves
up.
to be cleansed. And who better to cleanse us than
Yes.
Grant Sokka with James's music? James's music and Grant Sokka to bring us out of this. Also,
yeah.
you guys, if you enjoyed this, how would you guys feel if we did like a weekly rewatch, like every Friday or whenever works for everyone? We rewatched a couple episodes and did this.
Whoa. Hang on a sec. You're willing to subject you took psychic damage after episode
I mean,
6.
of the original.
Oh, the original. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
To cleanse ourselves.
Okay,
Of
I
the
can.
no, I don't want to watch this again anytime soon. I mean,
Okay,
the only way
okay.
I'd watch it is if I got paid to do a video essay for
Okay,
this shit.
like Lucia, I know you do a lot for the support of the project, but this is where I think we need to draw the line.
No. I meant of the original. What if we like did a watch party every Friday? We watch an episode or two, and we live stream our thoughts about it, and we invite chat, and you know people can come and talk to us and stuff.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I think that might be a fun way for us to rediscover what we love about the series after this, and we could even end it with all of the book 4 episodes
Are
we've
we
made
going
so
to
far.
our annotated commentary of all of it leading
Yeah.
into like, hey, and now that we're done with this, look at the stuff we got.
I think it
So
might be
Lucia,
fun.
That'd be a
I
fun
have a
idea.
joke for you, Lucia.
Go ahead, give it to me, Cade.
I know, Lucia. This Netflix show is our sister, and we should try to get along.
No, it's crazy. It needs to go down. yeah. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I got a lot of conflicted feelings, and I understand that there are people that really enjoy
So,
this,
here's what I need you to make with
and
your
I
metal
don't
bending
want to leave
powers.
anyone with the feeling that we
Mhm.
should in any way
Hello?
disparage those
How
people,
many
because at the end
times
of the
do I
day,
have to?
art
Mhm.
speaks to all of us differently, and it can even speak to points of our lives, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what points other people are in their journey, what struggles they're going through. So if they enjoyed this,
Mhm.
I think we should show them grace and not be cruel to them just because we
Mhm.
disagree.
Yeah.
And
My mom really likes the new Halo show as
oh
much as it
God.
hurts as much as it
Don't
hurts me.
don't say that to anyone in my household, dude.
Yeah,
Don't say that to anyone in my household.
at the same time, it gives it's a weird because like I know I know of what she's missing, but at the same time, it does give us a connection of some time. The fact that I can say, "Oh, hey, look, it's like Cortana," and then she gets what I'm saying. So even I was about to say, even a flawed version of some things can still bring some understanding.
That's
The
very true.
grace I'll give the Halo
That's
show
true.
is the grace I'll give the Halo show is there's no way in hell you're getting her to play the fucking video games. All right,
Yeah,
let's be
yeah,
real.
yeah.
It's
That's
And
true.
I
It's
think that's
true.
valuable. Like you said, that is still valuable.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I also don't want to disparage the fact that a lot of people obviously worked very hard on this. As
Yes.
much as we can be upset about all the things we hated and the things that hurt us personally, a lot of people worked very hard on
Yeah,
the
and
costumes, on the
we can
sets.
feel their work. I definitely think we can
Yes.
feel their work as well. As
Yeah.
much as we feel the hurt, we also feel their work and their effort and
Yes.
all
And
the things they must have done.
this is true even of the Shyamalan film. Something about the Shyamalan film that I always found tragic is that for all the ways Shyamalan screwed it up, there were a lot of people that worked genuinely hard that got kind of disparaged for what wasn't their fault. Like the Northern Water Tribe for that movie, they carved pillars made out of salt to make the ice pillars that
Wow.
wouldn't melt. Hand
Impressive.
carved it so that it wouldn't look machine made. That's
That's impressive.
beautiful. The wigs
Yeah.
the wig that Yue had, although it was unfortunately styled to look phallic, it still looked way more natural on her. Not to mention the costumes. I think that the Shyamalan film, for all the ways that it's horrible, don't get me wrong, it is awful, way worse than this. The
Mhm.
costume work is actually very well done. And I think there's a lot of things like that. People that work very hard in these productions and get all of their hard work disparaged or ignored because other elements of it just didn't come together. So as much as I can criticize the writing choices and some of the acting and directing choices, I do want to point out how much hard work was clearly put into creating some of these scenes and making them look so similar to the show. Clearly, there are people that loved this and cared, and I don't think it's fair. I know some people are saying it's lazy, whatever. That's clearly not the case. Whatever went wrong here, and it can be a million things if you've ever worked in a production, a lot of the creatives may not even have control over some of the things that went wrong here. And I don't want to point fingers since we don't know. I still appreciate the hard work and the craftsmanship. The fact that they tried to get primarily Asian and Indigenous actors and directors and designers, like even Appa and Momo are voiced by Liu Kang's VA. So all of that deserves credit. And I mean, even the actors, man, they were acting their little hearts out. I see a lot of people saying the actors suck, and I don't think that's fair. Because even me with all my years of acting experience, I don't think I could have made some of those lines work. Like, let's be fair. Some dialogue is rough. So,
I was
I
yeah, I was about to
do,
say their deliveries were half of the enjoyable stuff.
yeah. So I
Yeah.
do wanna say, go with kindness. As much as this
Yes.
has wounded you, remember Iroh from this that tells you to lie and gossip and then kill people. Real Iroh.
Not
Go
that
with
Iroh.
kindness. Yeah, go with
Not that.
kindness. Even when you've been
No.
wounded by something, even when you've been hurt by something, go with kindness.
Yes.
And hopefully others will return that kindness to us rather than just call us all haters. And maybe they won't, but we're right. So we have that. We don't have to fight about it.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is
So
true. There were a lot of like individual elements you can see that were just really good, and it's like the um like just because the connecting tissue it doesn't work, and in a lot of cases I don't think it did. That doesn't mean that people like like 90. I feel like and just to pull a statistic out of my ass that doesn't really relate to anything, but like 90% of the people who have worked on this project could have worked on any like incredibly successful project and put in like the same kind of effort and value and have it work out.
Okay, I think I figured out how to get Tigerdillo on stream.
All right, guys, we want to watch
nice.
Flight of the Tigerdillo.
I was gonna say, do we want to close out with it, or do we want to get the taglines from chat first?
No, let's do it real quick, and then we'll do the taglines.
Okay,
I
then
think
we'll
we
close out
deserve-
with Tiger.
All right, so
Alrighty
guys,
then.
this is Sokka's sort of Eye of the Tiger song we did for a montage in the Book 4 Restoration Project. If you're interested in watching that, either way, enjoy this fun animation with the real Sokka.
So, here's what I need you to make with your metal bending powers.
Hello? How many times do I have to remind you?
Right. Sorry. How about I just describe it to you? All right, so to get this thing started, we're gonna need a montage. I'm gonna be down here silently overlooking the work that I created because I'm such a genius, while you put things together and make it super awesome.
There you go. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes! No, yes, no, yes, no, no. Yes!
When there's a problem needs solving, never because somewhere a plan is evolving. Just call on Sokka, the Water Tribe. You'll never run and hide. Tiger-dillo, Tiger-dillo. Sure they don't fly, but I'm a fly guy, supposed to know.
Sokka, you know your boomerang is metal too, right?
That's incredible!
All right, there it is.
Hey.
Tigerdillo, everybody.
That I had not heard that before. That was wonderful.
This is
Yeah,
never in my
we
life.
wrote that for our second episode.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recently made for not for any kind of uploading thing, just for practice and for making a birthday present for a friend. I tried my hand for the first time at making a song cover,
Okay.
and it's made me appreciate people.
Oh,
Hello?
wait, the server muted.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Wait,
Oh.
did someone hit a thing?
server unmuted.
Oh no!
All right, we're good.
Continue.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I was like, oh no, did I talk too much?
No, no.
No.
Someone probably just misclicked. You're good.
That was me that misclicked. I'm so sorry. I was trying to change the stream volume, and I clicked the wrong.
Oh,
Silence. We cannot hear about your creative
so
endeavors,
sorry.
Iris.
I was doing the opposite. I was trying to raise your volume so I could hear you.
mm.
I'm so
Iris.
sorry.
Thank you.
I'm
so sorry.
I'm glad to hear that.
Forge.
All right, speak.
But yeah, it's like I was never exactly a singer, but having to relearn how to sing after going through vocal transition is like it has really made me appreciate how much goes into it. For as as basic as the elements that go into it, namely just your voice, are. It is
Yeah.
like, man, singing is hard.
You have such a
Basically.
lovely
Yeah.
voice too, and you have such an incredible range.
Thank you. I
You
actually
really
have
do.
terrible range when singing.
Oh, I meant your acting. I'm not an expert in singing, but when you act, you have such incredible range. But I
I
mean,
appreciate that. Thank you.
that you guys are all so talented. I feel so lucky to be among all of you.
Yay.
So yeah, that was Sam Lee Wins that animated that. That was Grant Corvin, our voice of Sokka, singing it. That was Kauthar Harak Sharif playing our Toph. James A. Riley was the
It's
composer.
wonderful.
I did those silly lyrics. We actually have a full version that we haven't released yet too.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you guys are interested in book 4, I think we're gonna close this out with submit your taglines, guys. The best tagline, I will give you a shout out in our next short. What would you call your tagline for this show?
Yes, give us your best.
Yeah, I know some of
taglines for
them
the
already
live
said it in
action
chat, so
Avatar.
if you could just repeat, just so we have them all in one place.
Uh,
Okay, here we go. Does anyone want to be our designated reader for these?
Dornfist, tagline, that one ride. Sem, the adaptation where the Avatar does not learn waterbending. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Any other ones?
That's all we got so far.
So far, anyone else got one? Leaves you a little empty.
Hey, Sam Gabriel, head
Thanks,
of audio
Sam.
engineering, just in time for our final thoughts. And the
Which were the only airbender.
the tagline
Let him
contest.
talk. Let her talk.
You think I have something to say? I
What?
just popped in to see what you guys were doing.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't. I for sure
all
wasn't.
right.
Carry on.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Oh dear.
That was more than I
Avatar, the only airbender.
Real and fucking good writing, am I right?
Avatar, the only airbender.
Hey,
I like
you're
that
giving
one.
Honestly, because this is it's very subtle. Because like it hits all the same notes as the original title, but it just doesn't have the same punch.
You want to love it, but end up in confused disappointment.
Okay then. Wow.
I like the only airbender.
Avatar, the best airbender.
Avatar, only an airbender.
Only an airbender.
Only
Well,
an air.
it's also Avatar, the worst airbender. Because like if you're the only one, you know.
Yeah.
All dead airbenders, no dead air. Ever.
Book 4, on the air.
Alrighty then. I was about to say we're gonna give it one more minute and make a decision, or
Wait.
It's that dish they said was tasty, but tasty only from a certain point of view. At least it's
certain
better
point
than
of
the
view?
movie, I guess.
We
we
love
live right now?
sexism, just not the kind you were expecting.
Are we live?
We are
Yeah,
live,
yes.
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 Awesome.
Yes.
That's why we gave you an introduction.
Yeah.
We love sexism, just not the kind you were expecting is great. Oh my
I
god.
think that one gets my vote.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh god. I'm really loving that one. Any other contenders? Any other contenders? I want to know before we pick one. At least it's better than the movie, I guess. This is like the monkey's paw of Netflix live actions. We all wished for something, but oh my god, modern audiences. Am I right?
I feel like I'm coming into like backstage after a band's concert that really didn't go very well. Like that's the vibe in here.
Just wait until you wait until we're actually backstage.
Real Lynn wins with, but the effects were decent. Come on. Come on.
Oh, so it was so I'm coming into backstage from a Kiss concert.
Yeah, just
Hi
wait.
guys, come on. What's gonna top? But the effects were decent.
I mean, that is.
I think we agree.
Yeah, and so look, someone from chat is even saying that's the one.
That's the one for me, but the effects were decent. Hey, Grant, can you in your best Sokka say, but the effects were decent, the way he does in Ember Island Players? Like,
The effects were decent.
okay, guys. Thank you.
Cool special effects, though.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. You guys, have you ever heard the screams Grant can do? He can do all the Jack DeSena cartoon screams. Grant, do some for them. Sorry, I'm like making him perform. I'm so mean. Please,
Dance
Grant.
monkey.
Yeah, see, he can just do them like, all the time. Grant's just Sokka in real life. He's not even acting. He just puts on a beard to go to work and calls himself Wang Fire. Like
I've been very busy today, and so for anyone watching, I haven't really watched much of Avatar: The Last Airbender live action Netflix
Good.
series, but I did see one scene where like Aang is infiltrating a Fire Nation thing, and the dude's like, "I'm your friend," and he like uses firebending to send a little command like into a hole in the wall, and I'm like,
That's the Fire Sage Temple. Yeah.
I'm like, I wonder if that's like a martial arts form that he used to like raise his hands to head level above his, like, and just send a little fire burst.
That's
I want to see what that
actually-
move looks like.
That's actually from Phantom of the Opera. Raise your hand to the level of your eyes. Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea. How do you guys feel? Our winner of our tagline contest says that they would love to, if we did live streams, you're watching the original series. What do you guys think? If we did every Friday or someday, whatever works, we'll figure out what days.
If
Yeah.
something
watch.
works, if
It
something
sounds
works,
like it'll be a lot less depressing.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
I'm down for healing.
I try.
I think we should probably cut it and release our viewers so they could go home
Yeah.
after all this.
Yeah,
or maybe
like
maybe
they're not already
already
home.
Yeah, maybe go eat, go out and eat.
I
I
mean,
think-
mentally.
So
Mentally.
we'll hoping that's the real winner of that
They're in the
contest.
spirit world right now. They gotta return to their bodies. So any final thoughts anyone wants to share?
I mean, you've already said it, but shout out for that tagline contest to Zhao, who like
Oh,
killed
hell
it
yeah.
with "The Avatar doesn't
Yeah.
matter anymore."
Yeah,
You guys, so good.
at least Zhao was entertaining. That's the other. That's the
Jao
big
was speaking to us, the audience. He was
Yeah.
like, Avatar doesn't matter anymore. And maybe it never did. It was just a Nickelodeon show. SpongeBob is better. And we're just like, Zhao, how could you say this to us? Why?
Also-
That's who he was
but then-
collaborating with.
Yeah.
But then Aang looks over and he goes,
Tom Kenny is the Avatar.
I will
All right, I
say
think that's it for me, guys.
I will say
He
I
can
did.
channel SpongeBob, but only as long as he is physically within a pineapple under the sea.
At least SpongeBob can waterbend because he's a sponge.
I will say I was planning on rewatching the show just for the sake of studying the soundtrack, but I think I'm just gonna seek out the soundtrack now.
Yeah, feel it.
Yeah.
Feel it. All right.
Soundtrack is still
mwah.
10 out of 10.
Love you
Alright.
guys. Good night, everybody. Thanks for
Good
joining
night.
us. You've been the
Good
best
night.
chat on the
Well-
internet. We'll see you again.
Bye.